Good evening and welcome to the City Council Successor Agency special meeting pursuant to Section 54956 of the California Government Code. A special meeting of the City Council is hereby called for October 10th, 2023 at 6 p.m. And we do have a quorum. Could I get a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here.
And let the record reflect that Councilmember Pearson is absent.
Okay, at this time we will open public comments.
We'll take public comments in the council chambers, followed by Zoom. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise a hand to speak under public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. At this time, the public is permitted to address City Council on items that are on the closed session agenda. If you discuss items not on the closed session agenda, your microphone will be muted. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and you will be muted when the timer expires. And I have no hands raised in Zoom and no speaker cards.
Okay, at this time we'll close public comments, and I need a motion to recess to closed session.
So moved.
Second.
First and a second, all in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? It is unanimous. We are in recess. Good evening and welcome to the October 10th, 2023 regularly scheduled council meeting at 7 p.m. Could I get a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza. Here. Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Councilmember Pearson. Present. Mayor Bryant.
Here. Could you join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are reconvening from closed session, and there is nothing to report out from closed session at this time. And at this time, I will turn to Margaret, open public comment.
Mr. Mayor, before we go to public comments, can I make a request that we move one of our items off of our agenda before the public comments, specifically? I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at our agenda here. The specific item on public comments, H3, thank you. Is it possible we can move H3 before the public comments? Absolutely. I'm asking Mr. Mayor, can we please move item H3 before public comments, please?
Is council opposed to that? Okay, so yes, at this time, we will move to item H3 before public comments.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'll this evening present to you item H3. Over the past month, an increasing numbers of cities, including our city and throughout the states, had a number of public comments of what's considered a Zoom attack or a Zoom bomb. And as has been stated multiple times in the public, the city of Brentwood unequivocally condemns these attacks and stands united in speaking out against any form of hate, such as speechful hate, that has no place in our community. And the city is committed to fostering a safe, inclusive, and respectful environment. This evening, this item is an opportunity for the council to talk and consider a variety of changes that you might like to consider as it relates to allowing for a virtual Zoom participation as it relates to providing public comments. That's the first part of the item. The second part of the item is looking at the existing meeting rules and procedures and policies that's adopted by the City Council. And there are a couple of changes that are being proposed as part of this item this evening. So first, as staff reviewed the current council meeting rules and procedures, it was determined that there was two items that should be clarified, and we're proposing those changes to the City Council. First is the proposed revisions that pertains to the duties of the mayor in Section 3.2A, and it clarifies that the agenda order may be changed pursuant to Section 4.3 by the mayor or the vice mayor, the city manager, or majority vote of the City Council. The second proposed revision is to Section 5.2 under decorum and decorum generally and the public, and it pertains to public speaking times and allows the mayor to reduce public speaking times for reasons other than an anticipated large number of speakers. This revision is content neutral and is not dependent on any particular type of speech, and a copy of the meeting rules and procedures was attached to this agenda item. As relates to Zoom, first, a number of cities throughout Contra, Costa County and throughout the state have actually stopped the use of allowing public comments through a virtual manner through Zoom. And in the staff report, we had basically three different options for the council, or four different options for the council to discuss the evening. First is making no changes. Continuing.
Excuse me, through the mayor, could you put that graph up on the screen, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll wait to explain each one of the items once it gets up. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Trying to get a little bit bigger. Great. So first, option A shows no changes. So currently, the city council's rules are to allow 5 minutes or less. Public comments can be in person or virtual, and obviously the impact would be no change. Option B would be to limit to the time less than 5 minutes for speakers. Continue in person and virtual. And some additional measures that the council could consider is first, reading a prepared statement regarding hate speech. Two, moving public comment for items not on the agenda to the end of the council meeting. Three would be to limit public comments at the beginning of the meeting to a certain set amount of time, and then continue the rest of the public comment items for items not on the agenda to the end. And then also there could, not sure if this is allowable, but to request participants to have a verified Zoom account. What type of impact does that have on residents and here at the city council meetings? One, it does not eliminate the risk of virtual hate speech because people would still be able to call in and participate. It just kind of changes the time. Speakers will need to be more succinct as a result of reducing the amount of time, so that's another impact. Speakers have to remain in the meeting until late into the evening for the items that are not on the agenda, and that's the majority of times when these occur is on items that are not on the agenda. And verified Zoom accounts would not eliminate the risk of hate speech, but it might help in having someone be expelled or dismissed from Zoom and for Zoom to do that. Option C, again, 5 minutes or less. In person only. And how would that impact the city? First, it would protect the city from any hate speech through Zoom measures. It does not restrict anyone from having their ability to attend in person and stating whatever they'd like to state here under the rules. And again, speakers would be unable to provide comments virtually. And then the last option, option D, in person and suspend virtual comments for a specific time period. So what I mean by that is that the council might not just eliminate Zoom comments altogether, but the council might give direction this evening to eliminate council until a date specific or a date specific for us to come back to the council and have this item reconsidered. So those are a variety of different options. This is really an opportunity for the council to have a discussion on how you'd like to proceed. And again, cities across the state have done a little bit of everything, but I think right now, the number one item that's been moving forward is eliminating public comment through Zoom. And then after you have the discussion related to Zoom, I hope that you'll consider adopting the resolution that's attached to the staff report related to the 2 changes into the current rules and procedures as it relates to how items can be moved throughout the agenda, and also the amount of time that gives the mayor to make changes other than as a result of significant participation or the anticipation of many people speaking. So at this time, I can answer any questions of the city council.
Councilmember Mendoza.
What is the process for verifying someone on Zoom?
We do not verify anyone on Zoom.
Well, isn't that one of the options?
Correct.
Can we
So
put those back up? Sorry.
So Zoom, there is a button as we set up the Zoom meeting on a weekly basis. There might be the possibility that it requires someone to log on to Zoom with a verified account. What that means is they have to log in, have an email, and Zoom would verify them as being an account. Right now, anyone can click on the Zoom link and then they have to place a name, but it's not a verified account by Zoom. There are some questions similar to as a council meeting. We do not require someone to actually fill out a speaker's card. There's a question on if we could actually require someone to sign into the Zoom instead of it just having open to the public. But it was one of the items that has been brought up, and so we placed it in the staff report for the council's consideration. Did that answer your question, Councilmember Mendoza?
Well, I just know there's sometimes I have to register for Zooms. I don't automatically get in. So is that kind of what you're saying? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
How does the verification work? How
So,
do-
yeah, great question. So in Zoom, there are some Zoom meetings where you have to be like you sign up for the city council meeting prior to the meeting starting, and then you have the ability to log in as a result of being signed up for that event. I think many of us have done that. The suggestion here is just that they have a verified account through Zoom. I would struggle with requiring someone to log on prior to the city council meeting, registering to be part of the Zoom meeting to allow them to participate. We want to make it, if we're going to use a platform like this, the idea would be that anyone could get on, they could click on it, they could enter the meeting easily. But if that's something the city council wanted to do, we would need to check with the legal counsel to see if that's something that we can, but that's definitely an option.
The other is like operationally on the back end. I think, we have to be quick on the draw on shutting stuff down. How many people on staff are hosts right now and have the ability to shut someone down? Do we have multiple hosts or just one person who does that?
We currently have one host that's managing the city council meetings, or I guess kind of have two.
Okay.
So our clerk and assistant clerk are the ones that help do that.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. What about Zoom standards? Are we able to use their standards to cut someone off more quickly or to hit a button that removes them entirely or somehow bans that IP? Or have we looked into that?
So as I looked into the rules related to Zoom does have some rules that state that they don't want hate speech, similar to YouTube. I think the question would be, are we using another platform to restrict someone's First Amendment rights? And so I have concerns with that. The process that I read is that we would submit information to Zoom regarding a person who is Zoom attacked or Zoom bombed, and that they would go through a process to take that down. I do not believe it's immediate and that it would take a significant amount of time. So we would still hear the hate speech. That person might not be able to log in under that account, but then they could get online, create an email, create a new name, and come back the next meeting or later in that meeting. But from everything that I've read related to the process with Zoom, it's not immediate and it takes time.
So my next question is actually for Margaret. We don't usually do that to you, Margaret, sorry. I heard at one point that there's a two-step process to get someone removed. When you're cutting someone off, is it just one button or is it two? How does that work?
It's one button on the speaker, but then you need to mute and then remove them from the...
So someone suggested to me that all speakers are put automatically into that initial first step, and that if someone does evolve into hate speech, that it would be that much quicker of a process to just remove that person. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, Council or Vice Mayor Meyer, but what you're then doing is you're removing someone from a meeting versus when they're speaking on an item, for instance, not on the agenda, the council has the ability to mute them, I believe. And that's what we did at the last meeting. But to actually then say you can't be a part of the meeting to even watch it, that goes an extra step that I don't think the city has the ability to do, or I wouldn't recommend doing that.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one last question. Can we require them to be on video? I know some cities do. Can we require that?
I don't know. I'll start with that. This is all new areas. The law rarely keeps up with technology. So a lot of this, myself and my colleagues throughout the state are, working and trying to come up with answers to some of these questions. I think, by requiring them to put a picture of some sort, you may be able to do that. I would have some concern with that because we can't require names. And so if someone just comes to podium, we can't require their name or things like that. Now you're requiring that you want to see their picture. But related to that, once you do that, you know what picture they're going to put up. And the pictures they could be putting up could be even more offensive than the words they're saying. And that would then be on the screen for everyone to see. So that's something, just there could be unintended consequences of going down that road.
So I have a couple of questions, and I don't want to go into the discussion section, but I'll just say, after COVID, as an attorney, a lot of us have the option to now be online to have our hearings. And what you see now online is the added sexual content that we cannot unsee. When we have pictures, and it's happening every single day at the courts. It's not just happening in the cities, it's happening anywhere where there is a Zoom available. That being said, I do have a more informational question that I know the answer for, but what we're discussing tonight before we go into discussion is so huge because it impacts all these people in this room and all the people who are on Zoom who show up not to provide hate speech, who really have value added, whether we agree with them or not, their voice matters. And we're talking about removal of a person's constitutional rights, right? So I want to take it so serious that we make sure we're informative when we're talking about things. So I'm going to ask this question that I do know the answer. Hate speech, is it protected or not? Can we just shut someone down because they have hate speech? Because, and at what extent do we say it is hate speech or not hate speech? During public comments, not during specific agendized items, but when we're talking about the first thing of public comments, when we say you can talk about everything under the sun, you can come up for 5 minutes and talk about a pink elephant that ate your peanut butter sandwich. Can we shut someone down because then they say something that's hate speech?
The First Amendment gives tremendous protections to people speaking, and including speech that the vast majority of society may find horribly really objectionable. But the people have the right to say that, as you clarified, during the general public comment portion of the agenda. If we're having a specific agenda item that you're talking about, the comments have to be limited to that item. But under the general portion, there's a lot more leeway there. There are some instances where that hate speech, particularly if it's in the chambers, or if it's something that's going to incite violence or immediate lawlessness, there's more protections there. There's more abilities for a city to stop that from happening. But for the commentary over Zoom, I think that's a lot more difficult to be able to say you're going to shut it down, that someone on Zoom is going to be able to incite violence in the chambers.
Thank you.
I have two follow-up.
Vice Mayor?
One of them would be, is there a possibility of doing like a 5-second delay? That was asked. I don't know how it would work, but somebody asked me that question.
And what would the purpose be for a 5-second delay?
That the hate speech would be heard internally and maybe not necessarily beyond internal.
I think that goes to what our city attorney was talking about is they have, if the city council is going to allow, so let me take a step back. The city council has to provide an opportunity for the residents to speak, and that's provided here at the podium. There's nothing in law that requires the city council to allow for additional virtual comments. So if there was a delay on a general public item, the city would still be unable to stop that First Amendment right of that person of stating what they want to state. So even with the 5-second delay for the public, it would, there's nothing we could do for items not on the agenda during the general open public comment period.
And then the other question would be for general comments. Could we require that those, at least in the beginning, those are only in person, but agendized public comments are virtual?
If I understand your question correctly, Vice Mayor, you're asking, can the council require the public comments that are not on the agenda to occur only in the chambers, but allow any other public comments during the meeting to
That
be
are agendized.
that are on the agenda via Zoom? I think that might be possible. Again, some of these questions I'd want to look into a little bit further, but just in thinking that there is no constitutional right to have a Zoom participation. There's nothing and there's nothing in the Brown Act that says you have to allow Zoom. So if you say this is a courtesy, we choose not to exercise that courtesy during the general public comment portion, perhaps. But, and I know that's a lawyer answer that I'm not giving you a definitive yes or no, but we're talking about free speech rights. And so I'm trying to be extra careful there, even if this speech they're doing is hateful and discriminatory and objectionable.
Because we are, for agendized items, if someone goes off topic by going from something about Parks and Rec to something immediately vicious, we are allowed to cut that off because it's not
It's not on the
topic.
agenda, yes.
So if we were to do public comments in person initially, we could even combine that maybe with virtually allowed public comments at the end for a short period. I'm talking about like a combination of a few
Sure,
different- yeah.
I hear what you're saying. Preliminarily, I think it's possible. Just
Okay.
again, because there is no right to have the Zoom comments. This is a courtesy you're extending to the public. And if it was clear in all of the descriptions on the, when the agenda is published, that it's very clear, public comments here, you need to be in the chambers if you want to make these comments.
Yeah,
Other ones you can be on Zoom. You might be able to do that, but that then said, then if people try and sneak in the comments later, then those comments would be stopped like you would any hateful speech. Because as we're stopping people from saying hateful things during specific agenda items, if they're off topic on those agenda items, maybe not something hateful, it's just something they want to talk about, those would need to be stopped as well.
so we'd have to be consistent
It
across the
needs to be
board to make that
consistent.
legitimate.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further clarifying questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, at this time, we will open public comments regarding this item. Margaret?
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. If you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item, your microphone will be muted. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have 3 speaker cards in person. I'll call on Danny Dorman to begin.
Let me be clear, not allowing Zoom so that you can be heard is you're not allowing grandma, you're not allowing the stay-at-home mom, and you're not allowing the quadriplegic to participate in being heard. You can have the doors open all day long. I've heard all kinds of stuff about why we shouldn't have Zoom. Some of the stuff here is actually amazing. First and foremost, the best way to protect speech is not to have it. That is what that meant. To protect our free speech, we cut off Zoom. Therefore, we don't have to worry about free speech. And then there are the other lines. Other cities are doing it. We can't allow hate to permeate our meetings. Our citizens are still able to hear the meeting. We need to suck the oxygen out of their ability to speak. We've done research, and it's not against our First Amendment right to be heard. To which I say, this is the freaking first line in the Constitution. I could just read, there are 45 words. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, of abridging the freedom of speech. And then there's others. Total of 45 words. But to retort specifically to the things I just said, I don't give a good golly Miss Molly frick what other cities are doing. As I said, you're cutting off grandma, the handicapped person, the stay-at-home mom, to their ability to speak with their elected officials. Yes, you can help mitigate on Zoom. It's called the mute speaker, and we have a great person that's on the ball. Sucking the oxygen out of the room, well, you know what? Yeah, you stopped the hate speakers, but you know who else is in that room? Us. So you're sucking the oxygen out of us as well. This is ridiculous. And as I said, I never threaten, I warn, and I promise I will take this all the way.
The next speaker is Antonio.
I strongly believe it is in the best interest of this city to hear from all concerned residents. Brentwood is known for being a bedroom community, and many residents commute for work and are unable to attend these meetings. We should have a policy in place to allow community participation for all residents, regardless of their ability to be present in these chambers. What happened at the prior council meeting had nothing to do with free speech or the governance of Brentwood. It was a coordinated effort to shock and anger the council and other participants by abusing loopholes in our rules while hiding behind internet anonymity. It was a combination of hate speech and modern-day internet trolling that has no place in these chambers. We were fortunate that the comments didn't come during the open comment period, but now is the time to change our policy and address it. I suggest removal of virtual comments during the open comment period because there are no safeguards in place to stop virtual speakers doing the open comments without violating their right to free speech. However, I do ask that the council not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Virtual comments should still be offered for agenda-specific items because it provides a great tool to increase resident participation while also giving the city additional safeguards if a speaker goes off topic. The hard part will be crafting a policy to adequately address this problem. Technology has outraced the law. We need other ways to address this. I think the most important item to focus on is anonymity. I am hoping you can place restrictions on the additional virtual comment period without denying free speech because it is a courtesy offering and the city will already be offering in-person agenda-specific comments with no limitations as an alternative. Virtual comments with restrictions should be reported under the proposed Rule 5.2 in the agenda using the "if approved by the mayor" clause. If possible, Brentwood should still tie the ability to use virtual comments to a registration system. This way, we can reduce and prevent anonymous virtual speakers. I agree with the item in the agenda about requiring a verified Zoom account for agenda-specific virtual comments. I suggest taking a step further and requiring any additional verification possible. This can be anything from a valid phone number to your government ID. We should use whatever is permissible to reduce anonymous internet comments. Virtual speakers can register in advance and get checked and pre-approved for meetings. I'm sure there are plenty of other ideas to address anonymity, and I hope you are able to discuss them later. Please don't take the easy way out and kill virtual comments altogether. Fight for a solution that encourages resident participation. I know this isn't easy, but if you just remove all virtual comments.
The next speaker is Rod.
Thank you, Margaret. I can clarify a few things. The Zoom takedown, if you use the report button, which Margaret has access to, and I can show it to her, and I just pulled up the instructions for it, and if you'll give me just a moment to get my phone up. It says, this is on a Zoom support page. While in a meeting, you can report a participant for inappropriate behavior. Reported participants are removed from the meeting. So it happens like that. You just report them. And this is a feature I think that the city is not aware of, the city clerk is not aware of, and I can show it to her and show her this page that has instructions on how to use it. The Brown Act, I have here a couple pages from the pamphlet put out by the Attorney General's office. It is authoritative, and it does cite laws. And I just want to read you quickly from the section that talks about the rights of the public to speak. However, this office concluded that a body could prohibit a member of the public from speaking on a matter that was outside the jurisdiction of the body, and that's even during general comments. And I know nothing in the jurisdiction of this body that would require you to sit and listen to hateful anti-Semitic speech. Nothing, right? Is there anything that you're going to rule on? Because I've been watching these meetings for 6 years. Is there anything you're going to rule on that would justify somebody saying hate speech. I've gone through the Zoom requirements, and we are actually, since we are contracted with Zoom through the city is actually required to report these incidents. Zoom has the right as a private company to have their own standards. We have a right as a city, just as the city of New York had the right to contract with Minnesota networks to offer a public station. That network censored some people who made what would be otherwise protected speech. And the Supreme Court, mostly the same judges that are sitting there now in 2012, ruled that they had the right to do that, that private company has a free speech right of their own, and their free speech right means that they are not required to carry speech that they do not agree with. Same reason you don't have all this noise in the editorial page, letters to the editor. You don't see all this stuff because they're private companies. This city has the right to engage a private company to provide a service to the community, and that private company has a right to censor speech that this body does not. And I gave a case in this paper that I wrote that has been delivered to a couple of you and has been seen by city staff. I did.
I don't believe I have any other speaker cards for this item. Would you like to speak, sir? Okay, for general public comment, did you want to speak on this agenda item specifically? There'll be public comment after this. Okay. I have no additional speakers in person for this item. I do have some speakers on Zoom. I'll call on Anita. Anita, go ahead.
Yes, hi. I'm glad that we're having this discussion, and I thank the last two speakers for stating some options, giving some options to council. I want to be really clear, though. Sometimes you have to put things in place that might make a smaller group of people uncomfortable. I want to really get across that oftentimes there are people that come into our forum there. The hate speech opens up old wounds for many of us, and they have to carry that. There are children that oftentimes come into our forum, and to hear that is it's all unacceptable, and so for the greater good, we have to make decisions. If the decision is to try to figure out a come around, well, that's why we're in the position we're in today in this society, because we're always looking for an exception or a come around, and then it gets too big and we're stuck with what we're stuck with. So I would ask council to really consider possibly registering people before they show up on Zoom. I understand that there are people that are at home that might not be able to make the meeting. There's always an option that you can communicate to those that are kind of regular what your thoughts are, but leaving that option open, I would really, really say to council, do not even consider entertaining exceptions here, because you don't have to. Protect the city of Brentwood and its residents from this stupidity at all cost. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. So I'm conflicted on this issue because my family lived under a dictator for 3 years. So I understand what it means to lose your freedom of speech. And it's something I value tremendously. I'm one of those people that cannot come to the meeting. I have children. They need supervision. They're not quite baked yet, if you will. But I did watch very carefully, and it did give me a lot of thought, like how could we prevent these people from doing that again while still maintaining our free speech in the city and our ability to participate in these meetings. And I just don't think, honestly, I don't think it's possible registering and doing all that stuff. You can do that. But you have no control over the person once they get on the microphone, right? Once they have the microphone, these people, it took 2 seconds for them to spew that hate. So, I think registration is good and capturing their information is good. Working with the ADL and the FBI to continue tracking these people down. I talked to a whole bunch of city council people around Contra Costa, and none of those people are from Contra Costa, and some of them aren't even from California. So it is a coordinated effort to cause chaos. And that's it. I mean, that's all they're doing because, that type of speech does not actually get people to change their minds all of a sudden. So, yes, we need to protect the residents of Brentwood. No, we don't want to give these people another um, platform, but you know, this is a tough decision to make. Again, I am a very strong proponent of free speech, but I just don't think that there is a foolproof way to do this. So I will leave it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Allison. Allison, go ahead.
Good evening, Brentwood City Council. I would like to give my quick 2 cents on this item. I am a current high school student who has really been active in participating in these city council meetings. I've done ones in person and online, but I would like to say that the ability to comment online has dramatically helped me and my peers participate civically that we would not be able to do before. I feel that online public comment is especially important, especially when considering how many youth voices may be silenced if Brentwood were to get rid of online comments completely. As for hate speech, I totally agree that we should take measures to address these issues, but ultimately, I feel that online public comments have truly helped amplify many voices, like important youth ones, as a student who cannot always attend in-person meetings in the evenings. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised. I do have some additional speakers in the chambers. Braden?
Well, hello, everybody. It's been a while. Life's been busy. Good to see you all. First of all, let me start with the obvious. Racism is bad in all forms, right? Totally condemn it. There are people on Zoom that would never come here in person and say the things they say to people's face, right? For me, free speech is very important. I like making people angry. I like making people angry with the truth. Anyway, that said, there's some pros and cons about adjusting or ending the Zoom public comments. The pros is it saves time. People will have to show their face and show up to the meetings. Things go back to the way it was before COVID, and we have another sense of normalcy, which I'm totally for. It speeds things up a bit, and there'll be less people talking. But the cons, people who are busy outside of the city can't show up because they might not have the flexibility to show up to every meeting. I know my grandma could show up, but it's different for everybody. You're not losing the freedom of speech if you end the Zoom comment. You can walk right through these doors just like I did today, and I haven't been here forever. I don't even think I've ever been in this room. You can send an email to the city. You can send an email to your representative about the certain issues that you have. There are more important things in the city that we need to worry about than some hate comments that hurt people. Obviously, it's terrible, but it's speech. It is what it is. And there was a quote from the press today. It says, whether it's the growing homeless encampments, graffiti, criminal behavior, panhandlers at street corners, broken windows at closed stores, people standing in the middle of Lone Tree Way selling goods to cars speeding by, or the deterioration of our parks, it's all a sad decline of the once proud standards our city was known for. And I go back to the same comment the same thing I say every day, and it's, people say it's a racist comment, but it's really not. I don't want this city to turn into Antioch. I mean, look at Antioch, for crying out loud. The mayor's a piece of garbage. I see him all the time, and, oh, brother. I want Brentwood to be the jewel of Contra Costa that it once was, and it's deteriorating every day. And we're too busy focusing on little things like this than fixing our city. Whatever decision you make, like I said, yes, racism, hate speech, it's awful, it sucks. You can't really do anything about it. Honestly, I'm totally okay without Zoom, whatever decision you make. But I will say this one thing that a mentor of mine instilled in me is, don't plan for the 1%, plan for the 99. And I'll leave you guys with that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian.
Good evening, council. It's been a little while since I've been in here. I'm gonna beg you guys to, find a way to keep Zoom. Zoom really empowers our residents to be able to speak. I fully agree with Allison Chu. I work with her very heavily on these items that I come from council, such as one layer tonight. And it empowers her and a bunch of our team to be able to come in and speak at night. As high schoolers, we're busy. Normally Tuesdays, I will be at work and I would not have time to come into council chambers. I would call on Zoom and be doing my homework. What behind the scenes, but not listening to items that I don't really care about, but still listening, And I fully agree with Rod, because for example, tonight, my flight got canceled in from Albuquerque. I just got into town probably 20 minutes before the meeting started, and I came straight here after dropping off my stuff. If my flight were canceled or delayed even more, I would have called in on Zoom and still made my voice heard in the city. I hate that people will find the guts to give hate speech, but we cannot let them stop us from empowering our residents and making it better in Brentwood. Our residents deserve Zoom, and we need to find a way to make Zoom possible and also get these hate comments away. There's no perfect solution, but I trust our city attorney and legal staff to give us the best ways through our constitution, and I trust the judgment of everyone to give us the best solution to keep us all empowered and keep democracy important in this country and in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speaker cards. I don't know if there's anybody else in the chambers that wanted to speak. And I have no, oh, yes, we do have an additional speaker.
Good evening, residents of Brentwood. My name is Carlos Adrian Hurtado, for those that don't know me. Let me just tell you a quick little thing about myself. I've been a resident in Oakley my entire life, born in Oakley, or Martinez, California. Been a resident in Oakley my entire life. Love the city, love Brentwood as well. Great people, great community. I love giving back to my community. I've been a referee for about 12 years through the United States Soccer Federation. I was in the Liberty Union High School District for 6 full years. Unfortunately, it was cut short during my 7th year. If you guys don't recognize me, I was the teacher that was arrested at Heritage High School that night of the first football game, unlawfully.
Excuse me, sir, is this pertaining to this particular item regarding our online Zoom calls right now?
No, it is not.
Okay, so we will have general public comments after this item.
Oh, Margaret had told me to come forward.
Okay, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding.
I
You
thought
will
May I
be given
continue,
permission.
or you had told me to come forward, Margaret?
I
Sir,
thought you were speaking on this item.
No.
sir, you will be
Understood.
given your time in public comment. This is on this item only now. Thank you. Thank you.
I have no additional speakers.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comment, move into council discussion on this item. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I think everyone knows I'm a big proponent of the Zoom calls. I think we fought really hard for it during COVID, and we fought to keep it after that. So I'm a big proponent. We have a huge retirement population. We have, like someone mentioned earlier, people that drive far to and from work. So I want to find a solution to be able to keep it. I don't mind that meetings go late. That's why I was elected, to hear the people. So that's fine with me that we get a lot of speakers. I actually appreciate it. I liked Vice Mayor's suggestion. We have seen other cities that have comments at the beginning of the end. I do want to explore not having the Zoom for the opening general comments, and those have to be in person, and then opening up the Zoom when they have to be on the agenda item, so we can quickly shut them off. And that's why I was asking how many people can we have hosts, because sometimes someone doesn't understand something that's being said at, like, there's things I heard last meeting I had never heard before. I didn't even know what they meant. So having a few people manage the shutting it down if it's not appropriate, and maybe, I know, and Margaret, you're great. You look at the mayor and like, hey, can I shut them down? Like, I see you guys looking at each other, but maybe giving them the authority that when they hear it, they shut it down. They don't have to ask us if they can do that. I also, and it's a little scary, right? So, because we could open up, there's cities that have opening comments and then end of meeting comments. And if you're that passionate about calling in on a Zoom, maybe that could move to the end of the meeting. And if it's not working out, then we shut down end of the meeting public comments. But I think it would probably deter people from staying on. So I would like to try that if possible, but I don't want to do away with Zoom if we don't have to. I think it's something we fought really hard for. And I think hearing the people and what they have to say is important.
Councilmember Pearson.
As I said earlier, protecting freedom of speech means the world to me. But I also feel like some of the comments were minimalizing the experience of being a person who has been affected by hate for hundreds of years. I literally sat on a Zoom where the accounts were registered and verified. And someone posted their screen picture, which I showed to some of the staff here, of sweet little kittens, but if you squinted, it said nigger. And for me to see it, it's not just a look, but we have to keep going on with the programming, folks, because it raises something after. So when we left here last time, I said to some of my constituents, I wasn't really affected by the cause. I was sad for everybody else's experience. It wasn't until the day after that I really saw the effect, that I had been a part of a marginalized group where hate was so profound that it became, that I couldn't be affected because I'm so used to hate as a Black person and as a woman. I'm so adopted to hate that I couldn't even feel it in the moment in the room. And all I could do was be a comforter to all the people that I saw affected by it. It took days for me to come out of that. And then to go on a Zoom where someone puts a picture of cats and says nigger, it's a burning cross in my front yard. The comments were a burning cross. The comments were a noose. So I'm not gonna minimalize it that you guys just need to move on. If it happens, we just need to all just move on like it's not happening. But at the same token, because my people were killed fighting for freedom of speech, because there were women during the suffrage movement who wanted to speak, I get both sides. So I want to thank Mr. Antonio for your options that you gave. I think it's a great thing to say for the free speech where you could just talk about whatever you want to talk about, have your ass in the seats here. Sorry for not having a better word. For the agendized items where we actually can, because when you sit on this dais, it sounds so easy. I used to sit there listening from home on Zoom. Zoom was great because the only time I listened was Zoom. I never came in here until I became a council member, right? So when I was at Zoom, it gave me the option to listen to everybody, to formulate my opinions, and it looks like this job is easy, but it's not. We can't just mute someone. Mute is not just the option when they have the freedom of speech, and when our agenda says you can talk about whatever, we can't mute. The hate speech is not protected. You can't just say mute. So it's not that easy. It's just mute them, guys. Just cut them off. Just start being Zoom's police. Contact and refer them to Zoom. Meanwhile, what people who weren't in the seats here didn't see was the visceral reaction that comes with anti-Semitism, that comes with racism, that echoes on. I've had people, neighbors, people in the community call me crying on the phone saying, I just listened to the meeting, because guess what happens with Zoom? It lives on. It will live on. What happened at that meeting will live on to our children and our children's children. It just doesn't die because the day ended. It will never stop. So for me, I have a hard time hearing people say, it's just people talking that it's just haters. It goes beyond just haters for me. It triggers something for me that I didn't even think bothered me the day that it happened. I was more cool as a cucumber. Anybody up here can tell you, I went in the back, I asked for hugs. I wanted to give everybody a hug. But days later, I cried so hard because I thought, oh my God, hate is so, you've been so adapted to being hated. It's so commonplace for you. So my thoughts in this discussion as a council member is, I absolutely agree with your earlier suggestion. I agree with Antonio, thank you so much. I know we're not supposed to talk to you all directly, but I want to say thank you. I think it's a great idea for the public comments at the very beginning, whether we have it at the beginning or the end of the meeting, because at the end of the meeting means we're trying to hide out from the people who can't stay up all night, right? So I think keep the crap at the not crap, keep it at the beginning of the meeting. If people want to come here, get your butts in the seats. And then on the agendized items where we actually can hit the mute button, keep it on Zoom. And I think it's a happy meeting, but let me be clear. Zoom is not connected to your free speech right. We do not have to provide Zoom. We have to provide a forum and a space for you to speak, and we do that right here. Zoom was a convenience that came about after COVID, but I think it is so amazing that one, because I'm all about diversity, equity, and inclusion, it provides a space for those people who may be, and I don't think it's just single mothers, disabled, for all kind of people, for commuters, for people who just don't feel like coming here. It provides convenience. So I don't think we cut it all the way off, but I do think we modify it. So my suggestion is to just straight up what you suggested. Thank you. Wasn't thought about, and then you came back and verified, and I'm like, that's it. It makes sense. Give it a try. Let's see what happens. And it may be that we come to a point, I'm still cup half full, not half empty, that one day our world will be where people don't hate. We haven't seen it in hundreds of years, but I'm keeping out hope, folks, that we get to a point where, as Martin Luther King said, all men are created equal. I'm hoping for that day, and we can see the equality in all of us. We can see the joy. So I'm taking up everybody's time. I'm very passionate about this.
Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Pearson, I thank you very much for that. Actually, I don't know if that was hard for you to say, but it was important for everyone to hear. So thank you for saying it, all of it. I think it can't be understated how different it is to be sitting here and having that kind of speech coming at you while there's cameras on you and people in the virtual Zoom room are watching for your reaction. It's a very different experience from sitting out there. And I've done both too. So I want to say from the day I started, I was really all about the accessibility thing like we've talked about, and people who are sick and with kids and commuters and people who can't drive at night and people who are older or people with disabilities, on and on and on. The accessibility is really, really critical to me. But I also did sit here that night feeling very, very shocked and seeing a room full of older adults who were here to speak their truth about one of our agenda items, and the gasping that was happening, which if people were watching virtually, they did not see that. They didn't see the faces that we were seeing, like Councilmember Pearson was talking about. Like, we were feeling this visceral reaction from around the chambers, and it was horrifying. And to see staff, and specifically Margaret, sorry to call you out, but you were really feeling the pressure of trying to get those calls cut off as soon as you could. And it was really obviously very hard on you. So I called for that break and probably shouldn't have. I know we needed to just power through it, but I thought we all needed it, just a distance. I do think that we can't cut off Zoom altogether, because then they would win, and we don't want them to win. I would hope that we all agree with that. And I would like to definitely support that same idea. And I don't know if there's more discussion or we make a motion at this point, but.
I'd like to have some more discussion.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Ordinance.
I would love to be able to speak as well as Councilmember Pearson just did, and to be able to explain the feeling of sitting on the dais. And I've had bad words said to me before, and I'm sure I will many, many more times. They didn't bother me nearly as badly as I think they bothered Margaret, who I have to watch her face and think about, I just want to help her. And Councilmember Mendoza, who's sitting at the end with her head buried in her hands, and there's nothing I can do to help her. That's the reality of sitting up here, having to listen to that hate speech. And obviously, I can't do it justice like Councilmember Pearson did. But the idea of limiting the public comments, when it's general public comments, to in-person and then Zoom is great, but it also has to be understood that that's not your right to speak on Zoom. It's a change we made because of COVID. It's not something we've done for 100 years. This started because COVID existed and we couldn't gather in a room together. What did all the grandmas and moms and commuters and everybody else do before Zoom? If they had something that was important enough, they came down to council and spoke their piece. Or they wrote an email. Like the stack of emails we get of public comments prior to the council meetings. You can speak without standing at a podium or calling in. You can write us an email and we will hear it. We will read them. So it doesn't have to be in person. I'm not saying we need to limit your speech because I don't want to hear you talk. If you can't come in here and speak, write me an email. Write an email to the council. There are other ways for you to get your voice heard. But again, thank you. Thank you for sharing all of that information with us so eloquently. You did a great job. Thank you.
I have a question for, I think it would be Margaret or for you. I think one of the things last week is there was names that we saw, because we see everyone's names on Zoom. And would it be possible to, I don't know if there's a legal reason why we answer the calls in the way we do. Can we take all of the familiar names first, even on agenda items, and then the names that we don't know, you put them towards the end, and then you're ready, right? Like I just want to be as ready as possible, and God willing, we never hear any of this again. That's what I pray for. But I also got, I got to be ready. So is that something we can legally do?
Damien, I was going to respond. The last thing staff wants to do is choose the order in which people speak. And so we just go with the top name and go through it. I think it'd be very difficult to put the city clerk in a position that someone might question when they were promoted to speak because of an opinion that they think staff might have on an item. And so as much as I understand the request, isn't something could do, yes, but I don't think it would be fair to staff to put them in a position to have to choose if one is speaking over another, because there's no doubt, based upon my time here, that staff would get accused of having favoritism for a certain speaker or another.
Okay, and so how?
And if I can just add to that, while it might be able to be done technically, I would have some legal concerns about that as well, because you're starting to pick and choose your speakers, and I don't think you want to do that.
So I know there's two of you that have the option of the mute. Do you think it's worthwhile having more people? Because again, I'm telling you, I have some of those things I had never heard before in my life. So is it possible, because if you haven't heard it and you haven't heard it, can we at least have like 4 people that have, I mean, I would think, assistant city manager and city manager would be the backups, just in case you don't see, our clerks don't have it. Can we do that?
So I think one of the things that Damien mentioned earlier is that we need to treat everyone fairly. And so is the question that you would want staff to start determining when people are speaking about items not on the agenda. There's some that is very clear. Hate speech would be very easy for us to make that determination. There are times that even this evening that there's been comments that I think to treat it fairly, would you want staff stopping and asking that those items not continue on?
No, and I'm just talking right now. I mean, I would talk about anything that's anti-Semitic, anything that's racist. I mean, I guess we have to decide what speech is going to justify not speaking about the item. Like, how do
But already now you're talking about regulating specific types of speech. You're getting involved in those details.
So what point do, I guess, when it's on an agenda item and they're talking, what were they, I mean, they started off with something on Park and Rec, and then they switched it. So how fast can we shut that down?
I know staff is trying to move as quickly as possible with that, and I thought that they did a great job at our last meeting to do that. We still need to listen to what the speakers are saying, because they could be making a point in a roundabout way. And it's similar in the sense of they might not have a hateful thing they want to say, but it starts to sound like they might be going there, but we're not quite sure. In some ways, it's similar to when I'm listening to you talk about an agenda item and I start to hear you moving a little bit away from that agenda item. And so you'll see me pull my microphone back and you'll catch someone's attention and you'll get back on track. So a lot of it is we need to listen to what they're saying. Clearly there were some things that were said that it's not on the agenda, and they just started with hate right away. But there are other topics when it's a Park and Rec item and they're talking about parks and recreation. Staff should not be put in a position where they're going to all of a sudden cut them off because they don't recognize the name or they think they might be saying something in a second. There needs to come a point where, yes, they're now off the agenda.
Yeah. So I guess the question for all of us is even before, I don't even want to vote until we all feel comfortable with it, right? Because we're the ones up here. How do you all feel about general public comment in person? I know I heard it.
Well,
Yeah.
if I could say something before we get into it, just so you'll know where I stand on this. I'm personally very familiar with violence and hate. I have bullet wounds and knife wounds to prove that I've had people trying to kill me because they hated me. This isn't something I read about. This is something I've experienced. I am a Jew. My mother is a Jew. My father is Cherokee. But I am an American. I've been born here, and this is my country. I've had the privilege to stand along the side of men and women some of whom have given their lives to defend the Constitution of the greatest country in the world. Unfortunately, sometimes I've been there at their last breath, while defending other people that don't know our names, while defending other countries that were unable to defend themselves. At this moment, in the nation of Israel, I have family and friends that I'm not sure whether some of them are still alive or not. As we're sitting here debating freedom of speech, which is one of the pillars of freedom and liberty, not just enforced by our Constitution, but enforced by the blood of everyone that stands up against tyranny anywhere in the world. To hear the words that were an attack against my people by blood is insulting. I've had members of my family historically on both sides of my family, my mother's family, my father's family, who have been murdered because of the color of their skin or their ethnicity. I have. This isn't something I read in a book. This is something that we live with every day. I do not believe that a single person, a friend that I have seen lost in defense of this country or people in other countries would have one moment's hesitation regarding this item. I believe that they think so highly of an individual's freedom of speech that they left their home and their families. Many of them came back, I'm thankful for. Many of them did not, but they found it worth fighting for. This is an item that has been very difficult for a long time, since the last council meeting, trying to figure out a solution that was both the right thing to do and would bring as much protection to individuals that were terrorized, and that is not too light of a word. If you had seen the families and some of our seniors that were in here in this room, they were terrorized by the words. Some of them were afraid to go outside of this council chambers for fear of physical violence because of what they heard. And so I thought it was a very elegant solution, personally, that the vice mayor presented. I think that keeping Zoom available for our agendized items is something that we have some level of control against any of the hate speech of any kind, bigotry of any kind. I also would be in favor of having public comments be for those that are here and present in this chambers. We do value the public comments and the letters that we are sent. We read them. I read them, every one. I do believe every one of my colleagues do as well. I am just not willing to let a certain very small, and I'm going to try to keep a professional attitude as much as possible in describing the individuals that are spewing this kind of vitriol and garbage. I do know in my very Midwestern American vernacular, what goes around comes around every time, and what you sow, you reap. But I'm not going to let that kind of a mindset, as small as it may be, win over all the years of sacrifice that the signers of the Constitution sacrificed, that every single person that fought for the freedom of speech sacrificed, that our children and our young people and our seniors in this community right now, they have a voice and their voice still matters. And I am not willing to have that voice silenced because some idiot spews hate on a phone line. Or on Zoom. I'm not willing to do that. I would much rather shut that person up when they violate the regulations and the rules of these meetings than to take a risk that one of our very valued residents feels that they cannot be heard, won't be heard, and aren't cared for. It's a very thin line that we have to walk of what's right and what we're comfortable with. But I really don't see that I can justly, on my behalf, in my personal opinion, I cannot shut up the opportunity and stop the opportunity for our residents to speak on agendized items, especially the ones that are physically unable to be here. And so I'm going to stop. I took a lot of time. Is there any more?
Yeah. I'm ready to make a motion if you guys, it sounds like everyone's okay with the public comment at the beginning. So I'll make a motion as detailed in the staff report to make the adjustments to section 3.2-A, which is the duties of the mayor, where you can move things around on the agenda. And B, around the adjusting time as necessary per the mayor. And for us to move our Zoom only to agendized items. And all general agenda, or any general comments will be done during general comment in the beginning of the meeting. Does that sound right to everyone?
And you said
In
the
person,
regular.
right?
I'm sorry?
In person?
In person, yes, in person. Thank you.
Okay, then I'll second.
Dane?
If I can ask some clarifying questions to the motion. Currently, your general public comments portion of the agenda includes other comments besides just items not on the agenda. It includes a consent calendar, it includes presentations, it includes matters of council interest when you give your informational reports. Would you still want that to be part of the in-person comments? Would you be comfortable with that?
I would say yes, if you agree, all of those should be in person.
All All right, and so so then you would have those comments, anything under the general public comment portion of the agenda that will be right after this item would be in person, and it could still be at the beginning of the meeting. Correct, all right. And then your motion that you were making when you indicated those changes, that was actually adopting a resolution. And I would just want to clarify, that was that you were moving to adopt the resolution as well as having for future council meetings, the public comments to be placed at the beginning, but you have to be in person when the general public comments. And I'm sorry that I'm repeating this, but I just want to make sure we get it right.
Yes.
The other clarifying portion is your agenda as it's written, this staff report item, says that this will go into effect tomorrow. And I just want to confirm that the council is okay with that it does not need to go into effect tonight. The public, if they read the agenda, it suggests that, it says any changes recommended or adopted would be implemented the following day going forward for city commissions, committees, and future council meetings. And so just to clarify.
I would like it to go into effect tonight. I think that's why I asked to move it up before, but if we're not.
The council can certainly, if you'd like, I know what the staff report says, but I think the council still has the ability to the council, Zoom is still a courtesy. That's what it comes down to. It's not a right. And so the council wants that. I think you could do that. I think you could probably still do that. But I do note that there could be some people that didn't know what would happen tonight, and they may have wanted to participate over Zoom for the general public comments.
But we can stop public comment on Zoom like we did last time if something arises.
Well, no, I think we're just talking about the next part of your agenda.
Yeah, right now, the general comment.
Once if you start that on Zoom, I don't believe you can stop that on Zoom. If you stop it to begin with, I think you'd be fine. But once you start it, I think you're then in until those general public comments are over.
Can we still say it at the end of the meeting for those?
You're going to move your agenda to move.
We can move general comment in person right now, and then if you want to speak on Zoom, you wait till the end of the meeting. So you still have the option, because we didn't agendize it that it wasn't going to happen.
I'm playing through the fact that you also have items in the general public comment that include the consent calendar and include other items beside, that would need to happen before the rest of the meeting continues, because they'll be later. And if you have that at the end, then the public wouldn't have the opportunity to give input to the consent calendar.
Can we speak general comment and then a second section that is consent items? So if they go off topic on consent items.
A couple of things, and I'm sorry because there's still a motion on the floor, and I don't want to lose sight of that.
Yeah.
But one option would be for the council to, just based on the ability to move the agenda around, to move public comments for items that are not on the agenda to the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Virtually.
However you want to do it, but virtually, yes, virtually or in person, both of them at the end of the meeting for items that are not on the agenda. Is that not what you wanted to do?
No, I mean, I would support public comments for items that are not on the agenda if you're in person at the beginning of the meeting.
That.
And we're just talking for tonight's meeting.
Yes.
No, moving forward.
Oh, but I'm just, moving forward, council's already made that decision.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You haven't voted on it, but the motion's on the floor.
We just got to decide what we're going to do tonight.
It's just
Yeah,
tonight
in
that
that
we're
case,
looking
yeah.
at.
So I'm fine. I guess I would be fine with anyone who's in person to have general comment right now. If you're not in person, let's move those Zoom callers to the end of the meeting. And a lot of cities have opening general comments and then end of meeting general comments. I watch a lot of meetings that do it. So it is possible to have them at 2 times. We can decide when that is. I mean.
Yes, but just for the comments or items that are not on the agenda.
Yes, items not on the agenda.
So when we're done with this item, let's back up a second. Maybe we should have the vote for your item, and then we can discuss moving your agenda around, which is really what you want to do. And I think as we're talking through this, it seems to me there are 2 different issues here. One, what you want to do for the future from tomorrow forward, and that's the motion that's on the floor.
Yes.
And that's the motion to require the public for general public comments to be in person.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, can I request a minor amendment? I did second it already, but my request would be that the commissions can stay the way they are unless there's a problem.
I think, well, the council can do what the council wants to do. It's obviously your decision, but it would sure help the process if everyone was following the same rules, and it would help the public probably as well to understand how the process works.
Okay,
Yeah. So that's fine.
all right.
All right.
My second stands then.
All right, so then, and again, I want to make, because again, we're talking about people's free speech rights, and I want to make sure we get this correct.
Yes.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution, and then to modify the council procedures, and we'll see if we need to make changes to the actual code or not, but I don't think we will, to where the general public comments have to be in person. And that's it. Okay, thank you. They're going to put it on the screen. Of course, we built it up now, so.
I really don't think we need the screen. I think
we're
we
fine.
agree, we're fine.
All right,
Yeah.
so then that was.
It's very clear.
All
Yeah.
right, so that was the motion and the second. Mr. Mayor, turn it over to
Okay,
you.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous, it passed.
And so then the next item for the council is more of a procedural matter on how this meeting is going to proceed. And normally your next item on the agenda is public comment. And it's the general public comment for items that are not on the agenda, for the consent calendar, for future agenda items, new requests, not the ones that are already there, presentations, as well as informational reports from council. And so the question was, do you want to just move forward with those with those public comments now in person?
To be completely fair, there may be people who had public comments that are sitting here, just like there may be people on Zoom. I want to be fair to everybody. I don't want to make them wait to the very end. So I think Councilmember Mendoza's suggestion was not a bad one. I just think that it needs to be very clear. If you've already spoken at the beginning of public comment, I need to understand, do they get to re-speak at the very end tonight all over again in person? Or is it just Zoom callers? Do we have the distinction to do that? If we do, I'm all for let Zoom callers at the very end. But it feels unfair for people who are sitting on Zoom. And if we've already taken a vote and it wasn't specific to tonight, maybe we just go what we've been doing, let it happen tonight, even though it's hard. Have public comments. Let's do what we've done and have our public comments tonight. Otherwise, the option that was presented was not a bad option. I think it's a good idea. It just makes the people online have
I
to
want to
wait.
say yes,
Yeah.
but my heart is like so scared. Like, so I'll leave it up to you guys. I mean, I'm a little bit skittish on this one.
Vice Mayor?
I do feel, I'm incredibly torn too, but I would agree with Councilmember Pearson that it would be unfair for people that have been waiting on Zoom to make a public comment unrelated to agenda items to not now be able to do that until the end. Yeah.
In this particular situation, I am willing to be the brunt of whatever anyone needs to call me. But in consideration of what our staff had to go through and those that are watching, I would recommend personally those online be taken at the end of the meeting and those in person be taken currently.
So can I make a motion then? That we,
Well, I think I'd like to clarify that, just your statement, Mr. Mayor, and that is you're just talking about items that are not on the agenda. If someone on Zoom wants to talk about an item, the consent calendar or the matters of the informational reports or the proclamations, they can still do so on Zoom now. But if they have a general comment for an item not on the agenda, you are recommending those get put to the end of the meeting
Correct.
for Zoom.
Yes, sir.
If anyone's in the chambers, they can speak under general public comment.
Correct.
A clarifying question.
Sure.
It's gonna be the same thing. She's gonna have to open it up during public comments. We're gonna be, is this on this specific topic? Gives us the 2 seconds to hear it, and it happens. It's, whether they're talking about all this stuff, at the end of it, because you still open the option. We still have to police, was it specific to a non-agendized item or was it not specific? And it still gives the ability on Zoom to open up to start the conversation. It took them 2 seconds last time. Let's keep it real. Everybody listened. It took 2 seconds. So either we're gonna do it or not. But if we're gonna do it, let's just go all in and just do what we've been doing, because literally, once we open up Zoom at the beginning, it takes 2 seconds. Yeah, whether they're on topic or not, because I just don't want to sit here and pretend that.
There was a clear declining of numbers of speakers the longer that we waited. Last time, I know that it's the same process and situation. And if they are going to stay on until the end of the meeting, and we do have a lengthy agenda, then it reduces, in my opinion, the amount of residents. It gives them an opportunity for those that would like to hear those speaking in the chambers, but it also gives them an opportunity to turn their sound off or leave the meeting early online. It's just how I feel. If you and I disagree, that's
No, I
certainly
agree
okay.
with you, but I think, do you understand what he's saying? He's saying at the very beginning, right now, when we call public comment, we're gonna hear from them and the people on Zoom.
Yes, I do understand that.
Okay.
Normally, if something like this doesn't usually have a vote, is it just the council is having consensus on how this particular meeting procedure is going to be, similar to, other issues of this type? So is there consensus from the council that you're going to take general public comment now? Anyone in the chambers can speak on items that are on the agenda related to the 3 or 4 items for general public comment and items not on the agenda. And then anyone who's on Zoom can only speak to those items related to, future agenda items, new items, consent calendar, proclamations, as well as matters of council interest or your informational reports. And then anything else, matters not on the agenda, on Zoom, have to go to the end of the meeting.
Yes, that is my recommendation.
And is there consensus from the council on that?
You're not going to hurt my feelings if you disagree
And I'm
with
not
me.
gonna-
This is
I
just,
promise
I
I'm not
feel
trying to
strongly
make-
about this.
I sense you're pushing us to, for beginning Zoom comments. Like, I think the mayor wants to move them all to the end. You want some in the beginning.
They need to be at the beginning because the members of the public have to have the opportunity to, because the members of the public have the opportunity to speak on any item on the agenda before that item is considered. So if you move those 4 categories to the end, those items have already been considered, so you won't benefit from the public. That is the reason I'm saying it's not that I care how you do it one way or another, but I want to make sure that we follow the Brown Act and that the public has the right to speak on those, and you have the opportunity to hear what they have to say on them.
I understand everything. We're just going, fingers crossed and prayers up. Everybody's nice tonight. It's gonna be a great night.
Yeah. Do you want to move Zoom comments? You have the right to change the time on any comment. You
I
can move your
understand.
Zoom comments to 2 minutes if we think it's going to go sideways.
So I will rescind my recommendation and move toward the recommendation of council.
No, we can do it. Let's do it. The way you recommended it. It gives us the ability to shut them down if they go off topic.
Okay, we need to move forward on
Yes.
something, so.
So now you're going to take general public, just so everyone understands, you're now taking general public comment. It will, for those in the chambers, they can speak on the general public comment related to items not on the agenda, the consent calendar, proclamations, future agenda items, new items, not the ones that are already there, as well as informational reports from the council. If you're on Zoom, you can only speak to those last 4 items. If you want to speak about items not on the agenda, that will come at the end of the meeting.
Yes.
All right.
So at this time, we will open public comments for those who are in council chambers. Margaret.
At this time, we'll take public comment in the council chambers. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. At this time, public present in the chambers is permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under presentations, informational reports are on the consent calendar, and request for future agenda items, new request. Oops, I'll call on Carrie first.
Had a feeling I was going to be first. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. I am Carrie Reiser, President-elect of the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. First, I want to commend all of you, as well as all those who spoke today in the room and on Zoom on the first agenda item. This was a tough topic, and I believe that every one of you here handled this evening with understanding and grace, and I commend you for that. I'm here just to share some opportunities for the community to come together through some events that we're having with the Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to invite you in the community too. On October 17th, from 5:30 to 7:30, there's going to be a ribbon cutting at a new business called American Family Care, which will be located in the streets of Brentwood. And then we are also, actually did this reversed, it should have, in the morning at 11:30 on the 17th. We're doing a ribbon cutting at Shadow Lakes because they are going to be opening all 18 holes of golf to the public. I know something everybody's looking forward to. On October 19th, from 5:30 to 7, we'll be having a mixer at Westmont of Brentwood off of John Muir Parkway. And finally, our big event that we're having at the end of the month, Hometown Halloween, a chance to see every child in Brentwood get as much candy as they can stuff in a bag. So we thank you guys for all the support that you give the chamber. We look forward to seeing you in the community at each of these events. And again, I commend you on how you handled that first agenda item this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dick. Nope. Dick DeRosset.
I have 3 things. First off, I would like to thank Tim Ogden for coming out to Somerset 1, spending half the night with us there. If you have all your work done that you were taking notes on, I'll be glad to take it back with me tonight. It's a long list, huh? Last month I was here talking about the increase in the water. At that time, there was a lot of talk done about the testing that was being done and all this. And the following week, we got water out of our faucet that smelled like dirt, tastes like mud. My wife wanted to call the water company. I told her they'll take care of it. That didn't go over too good. She called them every day. And finally, the last person she talked to said, we tried a new water blend and it should clear up in a few days. Now, my question is, if they run all these tests and all, why do they pump the water up into the tank and put it out to all the customers in Brentwood? I mean, there's 2 things that you can do to take care of that before it ever gets to the tank. 2 little words, smell and taste. and we won't have that problem. But it was so bad, we used bottled water the whole week. So I don't know if there's anything can be done, but it's pretty simple. Also, this letter I wrote to the Brentwood Press, July of 2020. A few months ago, my wife and I were sitting in the back, or she was at the patio, and I was working in the backyard, and we were talking about maybe doing something in the backyard. And to my surprise, somebody stuck their head over the fence and says, "Do you need some help?" Now, that sound wall is this tall. We're probably 12 to 15 feet off the sidewalk. So I don't know where the hell this person was when he heard us talking, because we weren't yelling. We were just talking. So this letter I wrote in the, remember that I have
The speaker's timer has expired.
Before we call the next speaker, do we have staff here that might be able to answer some of the questions or concerns regarding the water? Casey?
Sure. Good evening, Council and Mayor. This is the first we've heard of it. I certainly will look into it, and we'll get back to Dick with some answers for him.
Thank you. Margaret?
The next speaker is Rod.
Thank you, Margaret. So during your deliberations, you may have seen me holding this up. I was trying desperately for anybody to remember the one quote I read out of this document, which I will remind you. Again, I made a really big deal out of it when I read it. However, this office concluded that a body could prohibit a member of the public from speaking on a matter that was outside the jurisdiction of the body. So there is, at least according to the Attorney General's office, a reason why you could actually stop somebody from making those comments during general public comments. And you might not agree, but I would have appreciated hearing some discussion on that point, or at least some acknowledgement from the council that it was heard. And the reason I bring this up now, because it's over, is because you're going to be discussing the ethics. Is that on the agenda tonight, the ethics for the city? Okay, so I probably shouldn't talk too much about it right now, other than to say that it is important, just in general, during public comments, to actually hear your speakers. Again, I could not have been more emphatic about this point, that you can actually stop comments that are off topic during general public topic. If there are things that, again, outside the jurisdiction of this body, and all of that racist, hateful, Nazi scum stuff that we have to listen to is definitely outside. So I just think that we made bad policy tonight because we didn't listen to the public, and we're not here because we don't care about our city. We're here making comments because we care about our city, and we want to help you make the best policy, and we want to be heard. And I don't think any of you heard what I said about this. I think if I held that up and asked you all what I just said about it, none of you would have been able to answer. And I was holding it up and holding it up, just desperately wishing just even one of you would remember that one quote and just give it some discussion. I mean, it may be wrong, it may be right. Damien, I know you must have heard me, and for the council not even to bring it up is just disrespectful to the public. And I just want to ask you all to remember that the public cares about this city too. We're here for a reason, and we do deserve to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian.
So I just want to apologize to council if I don't sound as energetic as normal. I've been up since 2 a.m. I was on a higher balloon in Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta this morning, and I traveled all the way back to Brentwood and came out here. I just wanted, so before I went on my trip, I had an amazing meeting with our police chief. I wanted to give him a public shout out for giving me the opportunity to speak with him. I was recently appointed as an at-large youth member of our Contra Costa County Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, and even though I'm an at-large member, I want to make sure that East County gets the help and representation that we need. Not really in Brentwood, but it's more needed for Antioch, but I want to make sure Brentwood gets their voice heard, especially as I'm a Brentwood resident. So I really appreciate Chief and his whole department for taking time to meet with me, and I was treated with so much grace and respect there, and his executive assistant did an amazing job. And also, Brentwood PD has done an amazing job at Heritage High School lately, considering the situation that's occurred, especially with having a drone up in the sky for like, what, 5-6 hours? That's really great on the cops, and I really appreciate our department. Also, I would like to quickly request if item G2 can be moved up before item G1, because we do have a few speakers who are waiting on Zoom to speak on that. I don't know if council can do that, but I'll just request it. And otherwise, we're gonna have a great meeting, and thank you for handling that last time with as much grace as you could. Thank you, council.
Thank you. The next speaker is Braden. The next speaker is Carlos.
Thank you, Margaret. All right, my name is Carlos Adrian Hurtado. I'm really glad there was a miscommunication at the beginning of this meeting. Mistakes happen. Mistakes happen like the one September 1st, 2023 at Heritage High School when I was arrested. It was all a major misunderstanding. I've been in education for 6 full years. Unfortunately, my 7th year was cut short. I give everything I have into my community. As a soccer referee for United States Soccer Federation for 12 years. As a coach for several years at IX East Bay, which now merged to form East County Revolution, Brentwood, major soccer club. Coach in a Liberty Union High School District, head coach, JV boys soccer. I made about $4,200 starting out as a teacher each month, take home. But yet I donated $5,000 to boys soccer. Why? Because last winter, my first year teaching full-time at Heritage High School and coaching, we had no sweatpants. We had no jackets. The boys were out there freezing. It was a long, miserable, cold winter. And I could not stand to see my boys struggling and cold and getting sick again. This was going to be a great season. I deserve to be coach. I deserve to be head coach. The boys have reached out to me and said, when are you coming back? My students have reached out to me and said, when are you coming back? We're not learning much. No disrespect to the teacher who took my position, but I'm great. I'm a people person. I hate history, so why do I teach it? It's a really great question. I ask my students that all the time because I make it fun. I make it engaging. My room was full of primary sources, Eiffel Tower, Berlin Wall. I would walk around the room with the Berlin Wall in my hand and ask my students who don't know what it is, what is this rock? It's a primary source. Tell me everything you know about a primary source. Go. It's pink. It's a rock. It's small. Tell me what country it's from. What timeline? What year? I thought you said primary sources were better than secondary sources. I teach. My philosophy is student-centered. I don't lecture. I've had college professors who lecture for 3 hours. It's miserable. I got a C in that professor's class. Actually, both of my college professors, both of my C's in my career, my college career, were C's for instructors who talked for 3 hours straight. Here is my high school diploma, Freedom High School, Liberty Union High School graduate. I'm a product of the Liberty Union High School District. However, they have disrespected me and several of our students. Here's my bachelor's degree from Kansas State University, social science. I have my teaching credential program. I did my teaching credential program at Cal State University, East Bay Hayward. That's no longer useful for me. I'm here to voice the concern for my students who should be able to zoom in and give their voice. That's ridiculous.
The speaker's timer has expired. I don't believe I have any more speaker cards. I do have another speaker card for general public comment. Mr. Dorman?
I had a feeling, Margaret, that my card got misplaced, but that's fine. Oh, boy, I know you guys saw me shaking my head and everything, but the highlight of tonight, by a show of hands, when Margaret asked for Dick, who started looking for Dick? What did that? I mean, God, am I the only one that just got a big kick out of that? I guess so. It's just one of those nights. Well, I've already made my statement clear about other stuff. What I hope was not overlooked were two words that were spoken by an individual, two words that are inflammatory, incinerating, and I don't know, it seemed like you guys gave her a pass because she said it and not Jovita, or not you, Mr. Mayor. Decorum, 5.2. You guys talked about it. As a matter of fact, when you guys gave a pass to one of your other council members, Mr. Mayor, if I recall correctly, and I'm going to paraphrase, you will not tolerate any more lack of decorum. Well, there was a lack of decorum tonight. And, you know, sounded great. Would have brought me to tears if I thought it was genuine. The whole marginalized and everything, nice sound bites. As a matter of fact, I often said that someone should run for the next level, whether it's supervisor or whatever, because she sure is setting up for it. But I digress. I'm going to go back to what is it, Mr. Mayor, are you going to do about the violation of decorum, section 5.2? For the last 17 seconds, this is what the sound of grandma and the quadriplegic won't be able to do. And that's be heard.
I have no additional speakers. Oh, Braden?
So I wasn't going to speak again because I thought enough was said, but that was ridiculous what we just heard. Councilmember Pearson just poured her heart out to the city of Brentwood about how she felt about the situation and how hate speech has impacted everybody. And then for somebody to come up here and just spew more hate at her after we literally just talked about how hate speech wouldn't be tolerated, I can't wrap my head around it. And I'm sorry that just happened to you, because you literally just poured your heart out to everybody here. Everybody felt your words. I felt it. And I can't, you know, I can't relate with you, but I know how you feel. I feel you. And I'm sorry that you continue to get disrespected for standing up for the people of Brentwood and telling it how it is and being honest with the people, and for people to just come up and say that you're putting on an act because you're seeking a higher office after this is just a bunch of bullcaca, man. That's ridiculous, and I'm sorry that you just had to deal with that. We need to be better people. We literally just talked about being better, and then you come up here and do that. Nobody wants to hear it. I guarantee you that. Nobody wants to hear it. Even though you have that right, we just talked about the right, nobody wants to hear it. Nobody gives a crap. Do better.
If we could not clap during a public speech, one of the main reasons is this. I understand there's a lot of emotions involved, but we want everyone to feel like they are not threatened no matter what they say. If you have signs, if you want to lift them up, that's fine. Just make sure that the person behind you is not blocked from what they can see. We want equality. In order to have equality, we've got to make an environment and a culture that everyone feels safe to say exactly what they believe without the intimidation of a crowd either for or against them. So if you would give each other the respect of allowing the speech to go forth without booing or clapping, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. If there are no further speakers, we will at this time close. There is a hand raised. Yes.
Do you want to do these Zoom comments for the presentations, informational report, consent calendar, and request for future agenda items, new request now?
That's correct, yes.
For those participating via Zoom, now is the time to address the City Council on items that are listed under presentations, informational reports are on the consent calendar, and request for future agenda items, new request. If you speak on items that do not pertain to those items, your microphone will be muted. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have one hand raised. I'll call on Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Just for clarification purposes, this is where I would ask a question about future agenda items. Is that correct? Hello?
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to answer that question?
Yes, please.
Yes.
This would be the appropriate time to discuss future agenda items that are not on the agenda. There are, I believe, 11 tonight, but it's for items that are not on the agenda that you may wish to have as a future agenda item. If you wish to speak on one of the items that are currently on the agenda, it would be appropriate to wait until that item is called.
Thank you. Just trying to roll with the new rules. That's all.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, then we will close public comments, move into the informational reports from council members, committees, liaison, and staff. I believe I started to my right last time. Councilmember Orlemans.
Let's see, since the last meeting, I attended the Tri-Delta Transit meeting. I attended Farmers Market, and I know I mention that every time, but it's because I try to go every time. I only made the first one, but at the same time, the library was having the 5th birthday celebration, which I got to attend and see all the kids and the events put out for the kids and the birthday cake, and it was really a nice event. I also attended the PAL board meeting. A little bit to report from the PAL board meeting was there a new new president is Octavio Perez. The vice president's Mike Rucker, and also elected onto the board was Liz Gonzalez, Miss G, and Yvette Gomez. We also discussed the Tamale Fest, which is coming up. So that was it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Since we met last, I attended the Brentwood Library 5-year anniversary, and I have to say Andrea and her team did a really great job at celebrating and bringing everyone together to recognize what a great thing the library is. Attended the Los Bodanos College California Humanities Emerging Journalist Program panel. It was in Pittsburgh. It was a culmination of months of student interviews of the panel of East County leaders from Brentwood, Antioch, and Pittsburgh. County has a housing I'm not speaking very well today. County housing representatives and housing advocates to discuss housing insecurity in East County, and the students did a really, really good job. I had a meeting with Rabbi Goldshmid with the Chabad of the Delta to discuss the city standing in unity against anti-Semitism and racism of any kind. And we will be holding an event with Rabbi this Sunday at City Park starting at 2 p.m., a peaceful gathering of unity and community and in support of our Jewish neighbors. Attended the mayor's conference. And by the way, the event will be published on the city site, et cetera. If you want more information. The mayor's conference, where there was a presentation on improvements to the BART across the board. the community kickoff event for Marine Sergeant Kyle Garcia, Homes for Our Troops, through which a custom home was designed for this veteran of war who had lost a limb. And so they gifted him with a home that is accommodating his handicap. And attended the 75th anniversary gala. Staff did I gotta say, fantastic job on the decorating, on the setting up, on the organizing everything, on the checking in. Darren was our MC. He did a wonderful job at that. I believe we had Bloomfield Wines, we had Ralph's Catering. I'm not sure who the DJ was, but everybody involved with that vendor-wise was local. So really, really fantastic event. And thank you so much to the East Contra Costa Historical Society for hosting that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. Since the last time I met with Supervisor Diane Burgess to discuss affordable housing options, especially for field workers. She did mention that she doesn't get reached out to a lot. So if you have any county issues, please reach out to Diane Burgess. She's happy to meet with anyone. I had calls with constituents around both the Veterans Hall situation and Zoom public participation. This was a big one. Had a call with Diane Burgess's chief of staff to discuss the Veterans Hall. We did receive an email, so I just reached out to them to get some more details. They will be having a meeting on December 5th to discuss what's going on with that, and they would like public input. Listen to a call with the CPUC around a private entity trying to become a public utility. Thank you.
Councilmember Pearson.
Since our last meeting, I haven't done much. I was on vacation with my husband celebrating my wedding anniversary in Tahiti. But I have worked on getting toys, raising toys for the community chest, which Leo was here and talked about what's going to happen at the end of the year. I think it's really imperative to try to help. And work behind the scene with the PAL board to set up the website for the Tamale Fest, which is happening 11/17. We have a lot of sponsors I especially want to shout out while he's in the room. Greg with the Brentwood Press, who really helped us organize. Thank you so much. If you haven't already purchased tickets, it's 11/17 from 5 to 10 p.m. Also, I received a bunch of emails from and calls from constituents regarding what occurred during public comment 2 weeks ago. So.
Thank you. Since the last time that we met, I had a meeting with our police chief regarding some citizen concerns, attended the 75th anniversary gala event, and I also want to thank staff for the absolutely outstanding job that they did. They were the first to arrive by several hours, last to leave, spent many, many hours in preparation for it, and many months in preparation for the outreach. And so we greatly appreciate all the effort that staff put in, and want to appreciate all the community that were there as well. We got to see a lot of the families that have been here multiple generations that were some of the founding families of the city of Brentwood. And it's always great to see people who are still here after many generations and very invested in the community. Also, I attended the mayor's conference and the 5th anniversary of the library, where I had the privilege of reading to some of our younger residents who were extremely animated in their response to it. It's always good to see kids reading. I attended the Art Guild of the Delta's 10-year anniversary and got to present a certificate of appreciation to them as well. And I attended the Tri-Delta Transit Board meeting as well. I have nothing further to report at this time. Staff, do we have any reports that you would like to bring?
Nothing to report. Just a clarification, Vice Mayor, your event Sunday is at what time?
2 p.m.
2 p.m. So not 11 a.m. then anymore?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Darren has been speaking with the rabbi, and we've all kind of gone around in circles on that one to fix a good time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, then, we will move to consent calendar. Do I have a motion, or are there any items to be pulled?
I'd like to pull item F2.
Okay. Any further items? If not, do I have a motion?
Motion to adopt consent calendar except for item F2.
With the revised minutes.
And with the revised minutes.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 It is unanimous. Vice Mayor Meyer. Rabbi, if you could join us. Well, I will ask the Vice Mayor to introduce this, and then I'll be happy to read it.
Thank you, Mayor. We invited Rabbi Goldshmid from the Chabad of the Delta to join us this evening so that we could all collectively show our unity for our Jewish neighbors and stand against hate together. And of course, talk about this event that we have coming on Tuesday at City Park at 2 p.m. Oh, excuse me. I said Tuesday because it's Tuesday. Sunday, 10:15. I mean the 15th of October at 2 p.m. And we wanted to invite you here so that we could stand together and show the support of you from the city, from the council, from the people out here in the chambers with us, and hopefully the people watching as well. And the mayor will read the proclamation.
Whereas our community is a tapestry woven from the rich threads of diverse cultures, backgrounds, and perspectives, and it is our shared responsibility to uphold these values and ensure that every member of our community feels valued and heard. And whereas diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging for all persons are critical values of the city of Brentwood, and whereas the city of Brentwood is committed to recognizing the dignity of all people and demands moral integrity from all residents and visitors of the city, showcasing greater respect and civility. And whereas we celebrate our community's diversity and welcome all people who live, work, and go to school here, regardless of their identity, religion, financial or socioeconomic status, or political persuasion. And whereas the politics of division, isolation, and hate have no place in our community, as all people deserve assurance of the basic principles of equality and human rights that are guaranteed in our Constitution. And whereas threats or intimidation to the emotional, mental, or physical well-being of anyone is not consistent with our community values, are not part of our culture, and do not reflect who we are. And whereas the city of Brentwood stands united in our commitment to combat the scourge of anti-Semitism, we denounce all forms of hatred and prejudice targeting individuals of Jewish faith and heritage. Our shared values of equality, tolerance, and respect demand that we actively challenge anti-Semitic ideologies and discrimination in any form. And whereas each of us can and should love one's neighbor, promote inclusiveness, celebrate diversity, and reject hate, contention, and bias in all forms, to further ensure that Brentwood is a stronger and healthier community. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Brentwood, do hereby proclaim that we reaffirm our community's shared and encouraged adherence to values of diversity, inclusion, respect, and civility. Secondly, our commitment to building an environment and community in which everyone is valued and everyone has the opportunity to thrive. And thirdly, that we encourage the community to likewise affirm these values with greater passion and dedicated effort. It is my pleasure to present this proclamation to Rabbi Goldshmid of the Chabad. Sure.
Who is the camera?
We can.
Oh, we have the whole crew here.
Whole crew.
Good to have fun. Can I share a few words? Yes. I want to start off, first of all, thanking the city of Brentwood for the moment we came here. They showed an extended arm of welcoming the Jewish community. We shared a phenomenal relationship with the mayor's office from the very first beginning. When Joel Bryant was still vice mayor. We enjoyed a healthy relationship with the police department, and we hope to grow and to solidify that further. And especially in the last meeting, you're proving yourself. You're proving yourself to handle a very complicated and a very hurtful and a very sticky situation with real grace. I feel like if I start naming names, I'm going to have to mention everybody. I have a list of names over here, but I feel like I should, yeah. I want to speak about what happened. And the good news is I had a lot of time to prepare for this. So it's not going to be that long. Unfortunately, by now everyone knows that this very platform was used to spread hatred, fear, spew anti-Semitic slurs, and try to instill an uneasiness in our community. We need to correct that. And with your help, we are, and we will. Why do they deserve a response? A, hatred and horror was initiated over here. People's feelings were destroyed. And anti-Semitic slurs have been spoken. And that has to be corrected. And with your help, we will. B, the way I see it, there's 3 groups or outlooks. There's those that spew hatred and get up and make those statements or acts. There's the majority of the public which doesn't say anything, and we don't know how they feel. We don't know what they want to do. We don't know what they want to say and how they want to act. And finally, 3, there's those that express their support, love, admiration, and in general positivity. If nothing is said, then those broken souls may think that they have more support than they have. By being silent, indeed we do lend some legitimacy to what they're saying. We're allowing the public to think that it's not a single voice, but it's a major voice. It's a public voice. And this wasn't part of what I wanted to say before, but due to some comments, I have to add this. Don't be mistaken. When someone speaks hatred, when someone gets up and promotes anti-Semitism, it is not just words. It validates barbaric acts of terrorism. How unfortunately we've seen it in this country, in this city, and across the world. It encourages it, it empowers it, and by being silent, we are taking a part in it. Final reason to speak up is to give them the best reason. To anyone who has hatred in their heart, not to want to pull anything off like that ever again. Simply, the response that they're looking for, they will not get. The response that they do not want is what they will get. Let me be clear. This attack was directed against the Jewish community. However, in reality, it's an attack against humanity. And unchecked, it will affect every single human being. What should the response be? Well, let's examine what they want. They want you to believe that they're a larger group than they are. They want to encourage other anti-Semites or other terrorists to do terrible things. They want you to feel shock, fear, They want you to repeat and retell their story and the vile, negative things that they say. They want you to be a vehicle, part of their mission. We need to instead show support, be a beacon of positivity, a bombardment of support. What is clear is that our love and our devotion to unity is way more powerful than their hatred. What do we need to do? We will let them know that we will not be shocked anymore. We've met your kind before. To fear? We have nothing to fear. There's a God in this world. And if they don't believe in God, then there's history. We've endured we have endured their like for over 3,000 years, and there's nothing left to tell them except the story of their destruction. Repeating what they have to say? For what? Bring something of value, bring something of inspiration, and we will gladly celebrate it with you. So what should our response be? We have to outweigh the negativity with positivity. They have to know that if there any kind of action of negativity and hatred is going to be met with so much support, so much positivity, so much love, they might as well pack the bags and hide in the corner. This platform is not designed for hatred and negativity. Let us make a clear statement. Let us make its stance and show that this platform is for positivity. Let us show our community that our community supports the Jewish community. If you support the Jewish community, I encourage you now to stand up and say, I support the Jewish community. I think they're proven wrong. This is a statement, but that's not enough. It's a good start, but it's not a bombardment. We're going to meet on Sunday in the public eye, and we're going to show our support for positivity, for the Jewish community, for everything that stands for good, and that we obviously will not accept any other option. I don't think that's enough either. We're going to be starting a project, and it's too soon to conclude it. We're going to be starting a project called ARC, and I invite every individual and every organization to partner with us, and we really could take over the city completely. It's a simple idea. To train ourselves for acts of routine kindness. ARK, acts of routine kindness. We will distribute little arcs, a place of peace and safety. And every single day, every individual will be encouraged to drop 1 penny in that arc. When it's full, they can give it to any organization they see fit. The effect is not necessarily going to make the organizations rich. The effect is going to be on us, on the giver. Every time we wake up in the morning, we'll do an act of positivity. It will reshape the way we think, the way we feel. We won't have to wait for the opportunity to gather and say, we support positivity. We are going to make positivity on the top of our minds every single day. Thank you very much for your support. We live in a wonderful city, and it's only going to get better. I want to add something. I cut out all the names, personal names with thank yous, and maybe I shouldn't, but I want to thank the dear mayor. He did a lot of good things. But when you stood up today, and I know it took a lot of courage, and you told the world that you were Jewish, and you're not backing down and not hiding in the corner, that was a major, major act of pride and exactly the opposite of what they're trying to accomplish. So thank you very much.
Do I have a motion for the approval of item, consent calendar item F2?
I make the motion to approve consent item F2.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
It is moved. At this time, we're going to call for a 5-minute recess. At this time, we will reconvene from our recess. And Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to request moving business item number H1 forward as we have a very special guest with us this evening. Rula.
Okay, council, is that okay with council? Okay. This time then we will move to item H1. This item is related to suggestions on amendments to the Contra Costa County Animal Services Code. And City Manager Tim Ogden will introduce Beth Ward, Director of Contra Costa Animal Services, to facilitate the discussion of the suggestions. Tim?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. At your August 22nd meeting, the City Council motioned for this item to come back and invite the Contra Costa Animal Services Executive Director and team to field suggestions from you about some potential code amendments related to animal services that they offer the services for and provide the enforcement efforts on as well, specifically related to periods of extreme weather and how you would address various situations. So with that, I'll introduce Executive Director Beth Ward, who's here to facilitate some of this discussion and take your feedback that she will then work on going forward.
Thank you, Tim. And as your city manager mentioned, I'm just here to gather some feedback from your city council and your residents in regards to suggestions that may be made for changing our ordinances around care and housing of animals, specifically looking at extreme weather conditions, however, also open to other ideas. And the reason that this came to our discussion was because you had a certain case situation that was happening in our city that brought this to everybody's attention. And then when Tim brought this information to us, we were already moving forward with our county council and looking and exploring changing our own county ordinances. So we said, hey, let's just work together, one mind and one goal. And so I welcome any feedback, ideas, suggestions that you are looking at.
Well, thank you very much. Do we have any clarifying questions from council at this time? Vice Mayor?
I'd like to clarify, I do have a list of, as you've seen, what I think would be appropriate suggestions for these amendments. So can you please clarify the process? What would happen after we present these ideas to you tonight?
So as I explained just a little bit ago, is that we are already working with our county council on exploring some amendments to our existing ordinances around animals for Contra Costa County. Our amendments are looking at ordinances that go basically A to Z, and this is one category of that. So what we looked to gather from you is the feedback. We take that. We'd be sharing the information with the potential changes in the ordinances at our Public Managers Association meeting with all of our cities that we contract with. And then once we've gotten that, we'll work with our city council, our county council, and make the amendments and changes. Once that is put together, then it would go through to our county administrator's office and receive approval to submit it to our board of supervisors. Our board of supervisors then hears the amendments. It goes through public hearing, I think, twice before it is made into standing ordinance and adopted. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And what about enforcement? How would that work?
So enforcement is always another situation. I think all of our city's police departments totally understand the challenges around enforcement sometimes. So our enforcement is if we get a complaint by a resident of a particular situation, then we have our animal control officers go out and evaluate the complaint. And based on the situation that is found, we will try to work with a member of the public, because sometimes it's a matter of lack of knowledge, lack of resources. We try to work with them and uphold the ordinance as it is. And if they are continue to be unable to do that, then they be maybe cited or fined or other consequences. And I've got my captain of field services here who can answer very detailed information if you'd like.
Thank you. And I think one final question. My original intention was to focus on domesticated animals. Is your current planning specific to that, or are you also looking at agricultural?
So I will tell you that our plan is looking not just at domestic, but also at livestock.
Thank you.
Okay, any further clarified questions of staff at this time? Okay, thank you. At this time, then I'll turn it to you, Margaret, for public comments.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. If you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item, your microphone will be muted. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have 2 speaker cards in person. I'll call on Celeste Smith.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Celeste Smith, and I'd like to introduce you to Rula and my lovely assistant for the evening. This is Carolyn Steen. She's the president of Roadie's Rescue and my friend. Please pardon. I'm not used to public speaking, so I had to write it out, and you all are so eloquent. And by the way, I just want to issue all my respect for everything that's been said here tonight. Rula is a 4-year-old German Shepherd Husky mix who I rescued in August of this year from a life of neglect and loneliness, which she endured for the past 3 years. For 3 long years, her days and nights were filled with solitude, lack of proper exercise and socialization, sometimes insufficient food, fresh water, and proper shelter from the extreme 100-degree-plus temperatures that we have in this area most of the summer, not to mention the cold, wet, and stormy days of winter. She had been abandoned, left tethered outside on a pulley and cable line, allowing her only a minimum amount of freedom to roam in the barren yard to which she was confined. She was being kept as a guard dog for a local business, but Rula is far too sweet and friendly to be a threat to any burglar because she just loves and kisses everyone and anyone who approaches her. Regardless of any animal's temperament, they should never be left in those conditions, as that is neglect, and neglect is abuse, and that should never be tolerated or ignored by those able or in authority to protect innocent victims who do not have a voice. Ms. Rula and I are here tonight as a show of our support of a law or amendment to the current law to be passed in Brentwood and hopefully extending to our entire county as well, that would prohibit owners from tethering or confining their animals outside in extreme weather or otherwise inhumane conditions. For those who break these laws, we vehemently support enforcement of consequences in the form of fines, jail time, and revocation of their right to ever own another animal again. Rula and I know that you share our concerns about this matter and feel confident that you will do the right thing to help protect dogs and all animals who cannot speak for themselves, who just want a safe space to lay and play, nutritious food to eat, and people to love who will love them back. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod.
And thank you, Margaret. And thank you, Council. I did just want to express my support for this. I'm an animal lover myself. 2 cats. I've been a dog person, been a cat person, got a dog, lives right next door. She's a sweetie. She's a little bit smaller, but she looks a bit like Rula over there. I think that caring about animals. It's the same thing as caring about people. It's about compassion. It's about sparing them from suffering. And, we had a matter come up before us not too long ago that ended up in here, and I was pretty put off by it. So I appreciate the impetus for this, and I really commend you all for your compassion. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speaker cards. I'm not seeing anybody else wishing to speak in the chambers. I will move on to Zoom. I do have one hand raised in Zoom. Carolina, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. So I stuck around for this one because I too am a pet owner. We've owned 2 amazing dogs, 1 chocolate lab who frequently escaped. He was quite the escape artist. And I was very pregnant when he did that. Loved him anyways. And our current dog, her name is Chicha, and she's very comfy at home. I look through next door once in a while, but every time I get on next door, it's the same report. Oh my God, would somebody please take their dog inside? The dog is barking nonstop. It's driving me crazy. And there's variations on this, but the common theme is there are dogs all around Brentwood that are left outside in our weather, and dogs are pack animals, and they like to be with people. They do not like to be alone. So I think this initiative is very important for the well-being of dogs. There's also very sad stories on Nextdoor all the time about cats that have disappeared. I'm sure they were a tasty meal for some animal. We have lots of hawks out here, and coyotes and the such. And if people are going to own animals, they should be responsible. And we do need better enforcement of the rules around pet ownership so that we don't have all these sad stories on Nextdoor. Goodness knows there's enough about for people to complain about. It would be great if they didn't have to complain about that. So I appreciate the work and look forward to seeing what is implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised in Zoom
Okay, at this
and no speaker cards.
time, we will close public comments, move into council discussion, and Councilmember Pearson.
Yeah, I had some suggestions that I'd like to make. I really like all of the suggestions that were given in the staff report about access to cool water and limits on teethering. I actually would say get rid of the teethering. I'm in agreement that they don't need to be tethered. Sorry, not teethering, tethering. But one of the things that came up for me in this was 2 things. Adding the definitions of what constitutes neglect in our county. I didn't see that anywhere in the, Article 416 that talks about animals. And even further, I'd love to have a definition specifically that talks about, to see something that talks about something consistent with California Penal Code Section 597, subsection A, that says animal cruelty makes it a crime to intentionally maim, mutilate, torture. I think it's torture. Someone talked about the paws being warm in the city of Brentwood. I buy my dog, he has little Converse shoes just to go out to potty. Some people think I'm ridiculous, but I'm trying to protect his paws when he goes outside. I buy him little socks just to go potty outside. But it's torture. If you put your hand on the ground or your own feet, sometimes it's so hot that I can barely walk outside and they have to go to use the restroom. To wound or kill a living animal. I also, in the enforcement, some suggestions, I think if that's what we're here for, is to increase some of the enforcement of more stringent as what's like in 597 subsection A for the 3 years imprisonment and 20K fines. So these will be my recommendations to the county. But I like all of the other recommendations that we had. I met one lady at the Cal Cities conference who stated in Contra Costa County that they were making suggestions that cities adopt buying readers and having them around the city to read chips for dogs, for lost dogs. And I thought that was an amazing suggestion, to have a couple of readers that the city invest in, that we can leave it not only because the veterinarians have them, but to leave them at local businesses around the city so that people can just literally scan and say, hey, your dog's missing. But yeah, I thought it was a great suggestion.
Councilmember Orlemans, sorry.
Having a little bit of knowledge of law enforcement, the education of, and if we can make it a more accessible to the Brentwood officers so they understand the the county codes that would come into play. I know we had officers respond out and look at this dog and go, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's wrong with that. If they had a better education into the enforcement of the county ordinances, that we could call you and say, this is the violation, it would make it easier on the officers and make it easier on our dispatchers that are receiving those calls. I know that's not necessarily what we're here to talk about, new laws, but maybe educating us on the laws that already exist wouldn't be a bad way to start.
I have a question about who enforces what. I know a few years ago we had a husky outside that was in 100-degree weather. I called the police department. They're like, it's not us. You got to call animal control, I think is in Contra Costa. And you guys took care of it real fast. Like, you guys were on it. That dog was like, he was taken in. It was taken care of. Why, I guess, when we create, or when you're creating your ordinances, why does it seem like some of the instances are addressed and the others are not? Like, how, I don't know if they can answer a question right now. Like, because it's hard to write. For me, it's like, what do we write if I don't know how they're enforced and who's doing the enforcing?
Yeah, so animal services typically responds to any animal-related calls. We have the ordinance in place. All of the cities that we contract with adopt that ordinance. So municipalities may cite for those ordinances. They have them under their own muni codes. The education part of that is something that I recognize and welcome. Not every situation that the public or a person of the public thinks is inhumane, actually, when we go to investigate, turns out to be inhumane. We can educate and realign people to provide within their reason that they have in front of them, within their yard, a proper enclosure and treatment of that animal. The 597 code is actually very broad. It's food, water, and shelter. Medical care, and that's under a pre-seizure and post-seizure process. So it's not as specific as what we would like to make it, and that's our goal, is to move towards stronger bulletin points in the law that we can operate with more stringent response. It's actually it's a very difficult thing to enforce, believe it or not, because an animal may have food, water, shelter, and it may be tethered. And in fact, the law does make provisions for tethering under certain circumstances. For a period of time while you do a duty around your home, if you're washing your car and you want to tether your animal, it's actually allowed by the state law. So we're trying to look at all these things and try to come up with a happy medium that works for both domesticated animals and livestock. And hopefully we'll have something it won't be tomorrow, but it takes some time to get these things done through our county council. But when we do, we hope to address food, water, shelter for livestock also, tethering, medical care.
And when it comes to the excessive barking, because that's the one we hear a lot about, how do we define excessive barking? And do we respond to that, or our city, or do you respond to that? If it's at nighttime, like, who responds?
So we have a noisy animal ordinance. It's on our website, and there's a very defined process. So the noise has to be It's either intermittent or it's incessant. Incessant is literally barking every second, up to an hour. So it's just something that we have to define, and the complainant has to fill out an affidavit, and there's a hearing process. It's actually a much more involved situation than not. Usually the best thing for a resident to do is start with trying to work with their neighbor and see if they can work that out. Sometimes neighbors don't know that their dogs are barking incessantly or intermittently. Sometimes they know and they ignore it. Sometimes the dog there's something there for it to be barking at. So it's just a process that we put in place when our previous noise ordinance really didn't, as Director Ward likes to say, didn't have any teeth in the game. The current process, I do give her that one. The current process actually truly does have some avenues. So we're having we act as a mediator in that circumstance at a hearing, and it's seeming to work pretty well.
Okay. And when we're talking about tethering, are you talking are you going to put a time limit? Because I'll tether my dogs out front if I'm washing my car or working on the yard, right? And they're fine with it. It's half an hour.
And you're watching them?
Yeah, and they're there with me. So what would be are we looking for reasonable times and reasonable structures on our suggestions? Because I think
Do you want me to answer that?
What?
Do you want me to answer that? I actually
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have something from the American Kennel Club website that I noted. Currently, 23 states in the District of Columbia have laws restricting the amount of time you can humanely tether your dog to a solid object in your own backyard, sometimes for as little as 30 minutes. Most laws mention that your dog cannot be confined or tethered for any period of time in temperatures below 32 degrees Fahrenheit or during extreme heat advisories. So looking at that, I don't know if 30 minutes is a little bit short, but one of the reasons this came up is because of the extreme heats that we have here. Not as much the cold, but of course, if that's a factor, that's a factor. Do you have a recommendation for the amount of length of time?
Well, currently there's two legislative laws that address this. There's a Penal Code 597T as in Tom, which allows an animal to be tethered, restricted by leash, rope, chain, shall be in a fixed in a manner that it does not prevent the animal from becoming entangled or injured in it. So that's a zip line, right? That's point A to point B on the top. It drops down. The dog can lay down. It can move. It can eat. It can be mobile enough. That is actually an acceptable way to tether an animal per that penal code. California State Health and Safety Code states that it cannot exceed 3 hours in a 24-hour period. And it gives much more restrictive process. So we're going to try to see if we can, if we choose to include tethering, meet in the middle on these two things.
And I think it's important to note too, like the staff report says, tethering also needs to be mixed with some decisions around the heat and the cold and the access to shade and the safe place to land that isn't on concrete or asphalt, water, all of that. So I think, tethering is a big part of it for me, but it also needs to be taking those other things into consideration.
I agree.
Yeah, I have to say, we've had a rough night. Our last meeting was rough. And I don't mean that, that's not a pun. Actually, it might be a pun, I don't know. But I have to say, this one is a feel good for a couple of reasons. And one of them is because it was resident driven. We had residents that were concerned about Rula who reached out, and this is now turning into an advocacy that's potentially going to impact a countywide ordinance. So you should all feel very, very proud of yourselves for raising this up so that we could, as a body, discuss it and hopefully make some improvements. So thank you for that, because it does feel good to do things like that. Appreciate it. I don't know how much discussion we need. I am ready to make a motion.
Well, and it goes to training. I was thinking for you guys, because you're out there, it almost feels like we need a matrix, right? Like with the heat and the food, if you're doing these things and what combination is kind of so I don't know if that's something you all are looking at, kind of a matrix that's easy for us to go online and go, okay, my neighbor's doing this stuff. That's not cool. Like, let's call them.
Right. So in these type of situations, we have to balance it between being very strict and having a very clear matrix to also having some flexibility based on human situations, right? So we're going to be looking at all of those things. We're taking laws and ordinances across the United States, even internationally, looking at what kind of standards are there, how have they been working, you know, because we don't want to create a situation that makes it where Beth Ward, because I don't have a fenced-in yard and I don't have the financial means to fence in my yard, means I can't have a dog, because when I let my dog out to go potty, now he's either I have to walk him or he's at large. But I could put him on a trolley tether where he could go and run back and forth and get a drink of water, and I can go inside and eat my breakfast. And I want him to be able to have that. We have to find a balance, right? So that's why we're doing what we've been doing even prior to the ruleless situation. This has been a issue that our officers have brought to us, other residents have brought to us, and we were already working with our county council. It's just when the ruleless situation came up, and Tim mentioned that you all as a city were looking at doing a city ordinance, that's when we kind of interjected and said, let's get it, let's have you all gather your recommendations, bring it to us, because as a contracted city for our animal services, you have adopted the county ordinances that we support, and that would be a better way for us to do it across the county. So
I have a question while you're there. Thank you so much for that. I seen in the, and I'm looking, I pulled it up in the section 416, division 416, talks about the hearings and giving people due process. Once the hearings are done, is there ever an opportunity, and I know people sometimes say it's really wrong to refer to animals like children, but I'm going to, because my fur baby is my other child. In our court system, in our hearing systems, a lot of times when I'm doing guardianships, some parents get the right to rehabilitate themselves when they've done wrong. Is there a rehabilitation component in this, or is this something that has been discussed and considered, that even if someone does purposefully or by neglect make a wrong, but their heart, they just didn't understand and they want to, they've gone through the administrative hearings, are there any type of rehabilitation type educational offerings by the county that can be had to kind of get this person to a place where they can be a good animal parent, lover, provider?
So as a resource parent for Contra Costa County with 8 children in my home at the current time, I would say, yeah, I mean, we agree. We want to see this be an educational opportunity, this be a way of keeping people and pets together, not necessarily just to, you know, punish people, take their animals away. That's really not the purpose of this. We want to have a responsible community for being pet parents, so to speak, right? And now we don't have programs that are as detailed as maybe our county programs are for our children's services. However, we are building that. That's one of the really cool things that's happening, is that animal welfare is really shifting and really looking at the human health services and how can we model ourselves similar to those programs. But that's what we want. We want to have not a county that's a punishing county. We want to have a county that's a caring, nurturing, supportive, but we also want to hold people responsible county.
And we do actually have that process in place in a way. By
Could you
that,
speak?
what I
Thank
mean
you.
is that, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We do have that process in place in a manner of speaking. In our potentially dangerous and dangerous animal ordinance, it is a permit process if your animal meets the criteria after a severe biting incident. And for instance, maybe your potentially dangerous animal is part of the permit condition is that it cannot exit your property without a muzzle on or a leash. Well, dogs get out. People go to work, and the pool guy comes and leaves the gate ajar, and the dog gets out. And the dog gets out and nothing happens, and it gets back in its yard, and there wasn't an additional incident. We have the opportunity to write an admin site or just have an educational moment with that owner. You know, you're lucky this time your dog didn't go bite somebody or attack another domestic animal. So let's not let that happen again. So we do provide educational opportunities, but administrative sites are also an education for people. This time it's 100, next time it's going to be 200. What do we have to do to help you fix that fence? What do we have to do to help you make sure your animal isn't walked by the 6-year-old that then drops the leash and the dog runs off after? There's just things that happen when you're an owner and you have to learn to manage any animal versus one that's already a permanent animal, which puts much more onus on the owner. So that's important. And I will end with this, if I may, just so you're clear. Director Ward was able to provide an opportunity for every police department that we operate with, 18 cities, a microchip scanner. So they're at the police departments. They're not in businesses, but every police department has one, and we've provided training to those that have asked. So if an animal is picked up on the street, you can go to your police department, and or an officer that picks up a doggy or a cat can wand it and see if it comes up with a scan, and then get it home before it ever comes to see us.
Thank you. I think that needs, I don't know if it's already on our website, but I'd love to make sure that people know that.
Thank you.
If I can, Mr. Mayor. Hello.
Yeah, yes, Chief.
Chief, over here, it's me. It's the voice from the ceiling. As it relates to enforcement and working with our partners at Animal Control, when calls come into our dispatch center, if it is an animal that is in distress or if it's a excessive barking at 2 a.m., we'll send officers out to document that call for service. If it's during business hours when their officers are available, and the case would fall under the parameters of referring it to them to handle right there, outside of an animal being in distress, which would require an officer to show up and actually either try to rescue the animal or render aid while we wait for animal control. In addition, we have a canine kennel in our back lot that when we do get strays, regardless, we'll bring them back to the station and then we'll check them with the chip reader and either try and get a hold of the owner, or we'll surrender them over to animal control for them to help find the owner moving forward. Our officers do have the authorities to cite on their administrative codes. It's not always on their forethought, but we do work with them for training to get the officers to understand that these are options for you to have, and we don't always have to wait for animal control to come out and deal with the situation.
And just to add to that real quickly, I want to say that I'm very proud of the relationship our departments have between the city of Brentwood's police department and our animal control officers. This is what it's all about, is being a community and working together, whether it starts as a resident who has a concern for an animal in their neighborhood or somebody that finds a stray animal. We all work together. This is how we make a difference. And this is not just around the animals, but it also goes to the conversation that started this whole meeting, is that the way we deal with hate, the way we deal with things that are not happy or good in our city, is we speak out, we take action, we make things change. We do it together as a community.
Thank you so much. Before I call for a motion, staff, is there any further clarifications, discussions, anything that you'd like for us to?
No, just want to make sure that if you feel comfortable with having heard the verbal suggestions, or if you'd like something in writing from us, we can summarize whatever motion they make. But if you feel confident with what you've received, then we'll proceed with that.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further discussion, do I have a motion?
Yes, I'm very happy to make this motion, but I would like to say that I think there were a few suggestions that were really valid. So when I'm done speaking, maybe the two other council members who said something could add to it. Let's see, where am I? As detailed in the staff report, I moved to ask staff to provide the following suggestions to Contra Costa County for code amendments, and they would be tethering limits, requiring access to cool water, requiring access to ground other than concrete or asphalt, limiting outdoor exposure in extreme heat or cold, county enforcement of county codes. I believe that we have a part on here that says considering whether a definition of animal cruelty can or should be used, but maybe we add neglect to that. And I think if one of you would like to, or both of you would like to add something?
I think it was just adding the definition that's kind of consistent with Penal Code Section 597 of what animal cruelty is, and also add neglect to it. with it being purposeful or just neglect. That's my.
The one thing I didn't hear is access to food. I think sometimes we see neglect on that. I didn't see that. I saw the water, which is great, but I think the food one sometimes doesn't happen. And I think the rest of it you're working on, which I really appreciate, just defining what a shelter is and all of that good stuff. So thank you very much both for coming out.
Did you want to add, Councilmember Mendoza, something about a matrix that would be very clear for residents to understand, like maybe something we could put on the website that breaks that down?
Yeah, if possible, if a matrix could be created, then I think it's easy for us to send our residents there. If it's, I mean, listening to you, there's exceptions, but the easier it is for our residents to get it, the easier it is for everyone. Margaret?
There we go. So what I was just going to say is that probably would not necessarily be part of the ordinance to show a matrix, but there would be definitions and guidelines in an ordinance that then we can take and make into a graphic design that allows that matrix for an easy tool for people to remember.
Thank you very much.
I should also mention, if I may, Penal Code 597 is our go-to for the state. We're not going to be altering that. We're not going to be working to change that. We're going to work to incorporate parts of that as appropriate into the ordinance if necessary. Otherwise, it'll be a reference to the Penal Code.
Yeah, I wasn't asking to change it. I was asking, can we put it into the?
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
We'll do what we can with that. Thank you.
So is my motion clear?
Yes, we've been jotting it down, and I think we've got everything. So now we'll review the tape, and we'll make sure we forward a copy of the minutes over to them for their records.
Thank you.
And I'll second.
Okay, we have a
Mayor's motion.
first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. The item moves. We will move to item G1.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask, can we move up to G2? I think we had a lot of high school students who, I mean, I think they're on break, but there was a request earlier if we can move G2 up.
That is okay with council? We'll move to item G2. Okay. Item G2 is an update on oil and gas development, and Alexis Morris will present. Alexis.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Margaret, if you could share my screen. Perfect, thank you. So tonight I'm here to give you an update on the progress for oil and gas production regulations. As you know, the council extended an interim moratorium earlier this year, and that is in effect through March 27th, 2024. In May, the City Council considered 2 ordinances that would regulate oil and gas uses. One of the ordinances would prohibit new oil and gas uses in the city, and the second ordinance they considered was an ordinance that would only take effect if for any reason the first ordinance was invalidated. After that Planning Commission meeting and consideration, the California State Supreme Court rendered a decision in Chevron USA versus County of Monterey, which had some findings and provisions that weren't necessarily, our 2 ordinances that Planning Commission considered, I apologize, were not consistent with the court's ruling. So that ruling, among other things, stated that jurisdictions cannot regulate the methods and practices of oil production, but left open the possibility of regulating the locations where oil and gas production takes place in a jurisdiction. As a result of that court case, we needed to make some revisions to the oil and gas ordinances that the Planning Commission had earlier considered. So attached to your staff report tonight is a draft revised ordinance that was developed by our council and outside counsel as a result of that court decision. So the revised ordinance now focuses on specific locations in the city in which oil and gas development are no longer appropriate as a conditionally permitted use. It eliminates oil and gas production as a conditionally permitted use, specifically in PD 17 and PD 55. It excludes oil and gas development from uses that may be permitted with a CUP in any PD district unless oil and gas uses are expressly listed as conditionally permitted uses in those districts. It revises Municipal Code Chapter 17.680 in case a future city council decides to allow drilling as a conditionally permitted use in some zoning districts. There are regulatory provisions in the ordinance that have been revised, which include a new definition that was added for sensitive receptors, a new 3,200-foot distance requirement between any new well, storage tank, or production facility use and any sensitive receptor, a new non-conforming use provision in that non-conforming uses that are changed or replaced by a conforming use are now terminated and abandoned non-conforming uses and cannot be reestablished. It also increases the insurance coverage requirements from $1 million to $5 million per occurrence. And on the screen, there is a map, which I hope you can read, showing you the locations of PD 17 and PD 55. So as you'll see, PD 17 is north of Balfour Road on either side of Guerin Parkway. And PD 55 is east of Brentwood Boulevard and both sides of Sand Creek Road. So tonight, there's no action needed from City Council. As the staff report outlines, the changes to the ordinances are significant enough that they need to be reconsidered by the Planning Commission before council consideration. So the next steps would be for staff to schedule the revised ordinance for Planning Commission consideration, and then it would come to City Council next. And as I stated earlier, the interim moratorium is still in effect, and it will be in effect until March 27th, 2024. With that, I'm happy to take any questions. I should mention we also have outside counsel on Zoom tonight if you have any questions of them. Thank you.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff regarding this item? Seeing none, at this time, we will open public comments. Margaret?
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the clerk. If you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item, your microphone will be muted. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. We did receive 3 written public comments on this item, which have been posted on the city's website, and a summary is shown on the screen. I have 1 speaker card in person. Rod?
Thank you, Margaret. And I'll try to be quick because I want to hear the young people speak. It's their world now, and I think they should have their say, and we should listen. I do want to just point out a couple of quick things. I'm very supportive of this. Oil, we know that in 2022, just last year, 1 out of every 5 cars sold in California was an electric car, battery electric. And that's a trend that's going nowhere but up. I'm following this closely. I'm approaching retirement, so I'm transitioning from an employee to an investor, which is what happens when you have an IRA, apparently. So oil is going to do nothing but become less and less in demand over the next 10 to 20 years. So there's no real reason why we'd have to have an oil well in Brentwood. Gas, I don't know if you've noticed, but this year we had a very hot year, but we didn't really have the same kind of edicts from the governor that came down a couple years ago about not using your air conditioner or not charging your car and all that stuff. The reason why is because something profound has happened in the last couple of years. The cost for battery storage backup of renewables has dropped below the cost of natural gas peaker plants. And so going forward, there's going to be a lot less usage of natural gas and a lot more usage of battery storage. On top of that, a lot of municipalities, and who knows this one maybe one day, are starting to ban gas appliances outright because, as it turns out, breathing fumes from burning gas in your house is not healthy. Who knew? So gas and oil, they're on their way out, and there's just no reason why we need to have wells anywhere near adjacent to where people are living are in hospitals, where children are in school or playing. So I really applaud the city council for considering this. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speaker cards. I do have 3 hands raised in Zoom. I'll start with Rohan. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Rohan Tyagi. I'm currently a junior at Heritage here in the city of Brentwood, and I'm here to continue to urge our city to consider banning all oil and gas drilling in our city. It's crucial to remember the voices of the residents and stay on track with the issues of oil and gas drilling as we move on to the hearing today and in later months. 2 years ago today, I moved from a city in Alameda County to Contra, Costa, and I'm privileged enough to call it my home. Yet, I am here, like many other residents, to voice my frustration with this county's lack of awareness and apathy towards this pressing issue. Like many of the youth who are here today, I'm part of a community that would have been directly affected by proposed oil and gas drilling sites if a moratorium had not taken effect. I am one of those 39,000 people that would have been within the 2.5-mile danger zone of the active and proposed sites. This simply isn't acceptable in a county that has stated that they will prioritize the implementation of their climate action plan in order to achieve greenhouse gas reductions as soon as possible. Ultimately, we must not understand that this isn't a matter of economics, nor pandering to the interests of oil and gas drilling companies. This is a matter of the people. East Contra Costa County already has asthma rates in the 80th percentile of California, and who knows how those rates will change if we do not take action now. Our emergency is not ours alone, it is the world's. But as a community, we must have change starting here, and I once again urge the city of Brentwood to consider banning all oil and gas drilling as you continue the public hearing of the ordinance today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Allison. Allison, go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening, Brentwood City Council again. I want to first thank Councilmember Pearson for moving this agenda item earlier so we could speak on it. I am Allison Cho, a high schooler at Heritage High School and a Brentwood resident who has commented on this issue numerous times in the past. As someone who is super conscious about advocating for those who can't or couldn't be here today, I am glad that Brentwood is taking steps towards a future with a lesser reliance on fossil fuels, and I hope that we can continue on this role. Oil and drilling have done nothing but pose greater health and environmental risks to our community, our elderly, our children, and everybody in between. When we, the youth, grow up and begin to become adults, each and every one of us will inevitably face the pressing consequences of the climate crisis today. But today is one of those days where we can start to potentially lessen the consequences of it. And ultimately, we trust that there are no loopholes that could be exploited at the expense of our health and safety in the ordinance, and we are happy to see big steps towards a more climate positive and conscious future for Brentwood. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. I just am calling in support of the young people who have taken a stand on this today. And I have a question, and I know that I can't get an answer, but I'm just going to throw it out there. I am assuming that with the way this has been detailed, that there are no other areas within Brentwood proper that can be drilled on. I know that there are areas on non-Brentwood that are county-specific lands that are bordering Brentwood that where that can happen, but none within Brentwood. Because the next step will be to take this to the County Board of Supervisors, because there's a lot of cities around Contra Costa that are following suit. So that was just my only comment and question. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Okay, we will close public comments at this time. Is there any further discussion or any staff clarifications before we move to the next item? Sorry.
I
Councilmember
just want
Mendoza.
to say, this is a long time coming. I mean, Joel, Mayor, you probably remember even before I was elected, me sending you emails about this in May of 2020. And I am proud of everyone who has worked so hard on this. The county had never received more letters and emails on anything else but this. And that was all resident driven. So I'm really proud of our residents. And the people, actually Brentwood has the highest per capita rooftop solar of any other city in California. So our residents want this and it's important for them. And they walk the walk and they talk the talk and they buy the right cars and they're putting solar on the rooftop. So I'm really, really proud of this. It's just, I feel like it's a long time coming. And if you are concerned about the potential oil and gas drilling that could happen to the west of us, you need to email Diane Burgess, your board of supervisor, because she is the one who can push for an ordinance at the county level as well. So it's important. We got them to stop what they were starting, but now we got to get them to also do something across the county. So I encourage you all to email Diane Burgess.
I also want to thank all of the callers and speakers on this item, especially our future leaders that are awake even now. I will just express my tremendous appreciation for your concern about our community and the future of the planet as well. So thank you. And now you may go back to playing your video games because I know you're not going to bed during break. I'm sorry, Katie.
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. Just a note to the council that this is going back to the Planning Commission for its consideration at this point. As was indicated, we got a couple of letters just a few hours before your meeting began this evening. One of those was from the California Independent Petroleum Association. Another was from the Native Oil Producers and Employees of California. We haven't had a chance to thoroughly analyze those yet, given the hour at which they were delivered, but we will take a look through them and determine if we recommend any changes be made to this ordinance before it goes back to the Planning Commission, just so you know. If you have any questions, please feel free to let us know. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, could I ask a question in follow-up to that? If there are recommended changes to this before it goes to planning, would we have some say on that, or would it go to them first and then come back to us again?
Just in the interest of time, it would probably be staff's inclination to take it back to the Planning Commission. If the City Council directed that it come back to you first, we could certainly do that. We really haven't had a chance to look through the letters, so we don't know if there's anything that we may want to respond to. And just before it starts the whole process over again, we want to make sure we have a chance to digest that information.
Understood, but if they will vote on what they vote on, then it will come to us regardless, or?
That is correct. Okay. And, depending on what the issues may be, or if there are no issues at all, the rule is that once the Planning Commission has considered something, then if the City Council makes edits, as long as the Planning Commission had considered it, then you can make those edits after the Planning Commission makes their recommendation one way or the other. So we'll keep that in mind as we evaluate the letters, put together a staff report for the Planning Commission's consideration.
And if there are changes, could we see red lines for those changes?
We could certainly prepare red lines. We're kind of in a funny situation right now where we've already got a change from the existing ordinance to the proposed ordinance. So if you would want a red line from the proposed to any changed version, that might just start getting a little confusing, or it could be a red line from the original to what we finally wind up with. We'll have a look at what the letters say, okay, and be in contact about what sort of changes may be necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie and staff. At this time, then, we will move into item G1. This next item is related to amendments to the Municipal Code medicinal cannabis provisions, and Abraham Salinas will present. Abraham.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for being here today and for the opportunity to present to you today. So today we'll be covering the amendments to the Brentwood Municipal Code in response to SB 1186. The regulation of cannabis has seen significant changes in the last decade. So today we'll be covering a brief overview of cannabis-related bills passed in California since 2015 and their impact on local ordinances. We'll also discuss proposed amendments to the Brentwood Municipal Code, commonly asked questions, and possible next steps. In October 2015, Governor Brown signed 3 bills, AB 243, AB 266, and SB 643, collectively known as the Medical Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act, or MCRSA. This act governs a wide range of commercial cannabis activities, from cultivation to distribution. To maintain local control, the city adopted 2 ordinances in January of 2016. These are known as BMC Chapters 9.50 and 17.780. These ordinances prohibit various commercial cannabis activities enforced by different city departments. Zoning ordinance under Title 17 regulates the land and is generally enforced by community enrichment, while Title 9 ordinance regulates personal behavior and is generally enforced by the police department. In addition to commercial cannabis activities, the ordinances prohibit cannabis cultivation, dispensaries, and deliveries, all within city limits. Then in November of 2016, California voters approved Proposition 64, also known as the Control, Regulate, and Tax Use of Marijuana Act, or AUMA. This act allows for the possession, use, and cultivation of recreational or adult use of marijuana, and has a regulatory system similar to the MCRSA. In response to the passage of the AUMA, BMC Chapters 9.50 and 17.780 were amended in 2017 by the city, all to comply with the state law while maintaining prohibitions on cannabis-related activities to the extent allowable. Fast forward to 2022, Senator Scott Weiner introduced Senate Bill 1186, or the Medicinal Cannabis Patients' Right of Access Act. This bill, signed into law on September 18, 2022, prohibits local governments from adopting or enforcing any regulation that prohibits or effectively prohibits the delivery of medicinal cannabis to patients or primary caregivers within their jurisdictions beginning January 1st of 2024. As provided by SB 1186, it is a policy of the state and the intent of the legislature to ensure that Californians throughout the state have timely and convenient access to safe, effective, and affordable medicinal cannabis. In line with SB 1186, staff recommends amending Chapters 9.50 and 17.780 of the Brentwood Municipal Code to permit the retail sale of medicinal cannabis via delivery to qualified medicinal cannabis patients. The proposed changes to Chapters 9.50 and 17.780 will continue to uphold the existing prohibitions on facilities of both medicinal and non-medicinal cannabis. The delivery and transport of non-medicinal cannabis within the city's jurisdiction will remain restricted, in line with the provisions of the AUMA and SB 1186. A decision not to modify the Brentwood Municipal Code to allow for the delivery of medicinal cannabis patients would expose the city to legal challenge by any host of individuals who have been authorized to seek legal recourse by 1186. The following regulations for delivery of medicinal cannabis within the city of Brentwood have been developed based on reference materials and guidelines provided by the League of California Cities, which are also included in attachment 4 of the staff report. They're also informed by existing ordinances and regulations from other local jurisdictions in California regulating delivery of both medicinal and non-medicinal cannabis prior to and subsequent to the enactment of SB 1186. Per the new ordinances, the delivery of medicinal cannabis to medicinal cannabis patients would be subject to the following regulations. Delivery of medicinal cannabis to medicinal cannabis patient would have to be made to a fixed address and may not occur at locations such as schools, daycare centers, youth centers, public parks, open spaces, public buildings, and the establishments serving food and beverages. A retailer with a physical address outside of this city that wish to deliver medicinal cannabis or medicinal cannabis products to a patient or customer within city limits would be required to obtain a city business license prior to commencing any delivery within city limits. All medicinal cannabis or medicinal cannabis products would have to be securely packaged and labeled according to state regulations, ensuring they're not accessible to minors during transit. Fourth, the delivery vehicles would be required to adhere to safety and security standards, which include GPS tracking, alarms, and secure storage. And lastly, the delivery of cannabis accessories, branded merchandise of the licensee, or promotional materials would be prohibited, all except for any equipment, products, or materials necessary to enable a qualified patient to ingest, inhale, or otherwise introduce cannabis or cannabis products into the human body. So here's some common questions thought it would be good to address. So what is a fixed address? A fixed address is a permanent and unchanging location where an individual, business, organization can be contacted or located. This address is typically for official purposes such as receiving mail, legal correspondence, and required forms of identification and registration. Second is how will these new ordinances be enforced? As mentioned earlier in the presentation, community enrichment generally enforces 17.780, and the police department generally enforces 9.50. The level of enforcement is determined on a case-by-case basis. And lastly, where can residents find more information on current cannabis regulations? All current cannabis regulations in the state of California can be found at cannabis.ca.gov. So it's crucial to emphasize that the State Department of Cannabis Control serves as the ultimate authority for regulated cannabis licenses. This agency mandates that cannabis retailers comply with stringent criteria to retain their license. To conduct cannabis deliveries within the city of Brentwood, retailers would and must rigorously adhere to both city and state cannabis regulations. So staff presented these amendments to the Planning Commission on September 19th, 2023. The Planning Commission suggested modifications specifically to permit any equipment, products, or materials essential for a qualified patient to administer cannabis or cannabis products. These modifications are included in the proposed amendments. So staff is requesting that the City Council review and repeal Chapter 17.780 and Chapter 9.50 of the Brentwood Municipal Code and replace them in their entirety with new Chapter 17.780, Cannabis Facilities and Cultivation, and Chapter 9.50, Cannabis Facilities and Cultivation, to leave in place existing prohibitions on cannabis cultivation, cannabis dispensaries, and non-medicinal cannabis deliveries within the city of Brentwood, all while allowing for the regulation of medicinal cannabis deliveries as required by SB 1186. And lastly, pending council discussions, the ordinances are scheduled for a second reading before the City Council on October 24th, and they're expected to be enacted by the mandated January 1st, 2024 deadline. That concludes my presentation, and staff's available for any questions.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff regarding this item? Okay, at this time then, we will open public comments. Margaret?
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comments on this item. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item, your microphone will be muted. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. We didn't receive any written public comments on this item. I do have one speaker card. Rod?
Thank you, Margaret. And if I go someplace I'm not supposed to go, will you cut me off? I just wanted to talk about this because this did come from the Planning Commission, and there is one thing that we kind of added to it, which was that if you're going to deliver a medicine to somebody that requires some kind of an implement, that you should also be able to deliver the implement they need to dose themselves with the medicine. Sort of like if you delivered insulin to somebody, you would need to give them the syringes as well so that they could keep themselves alive with the insulin. And so we did add wording that would provide for the legal delivery of some means of the person being able to ingest the marijuana that they were taking for medicine. And I hope that that will be looked upon favorably by the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speaker cards, and there's no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, this time we'll close public comment, move into council discussion.
Can, can we find out why that wasn't included in the staff report?
It was included as part of the recommendation this evening.
So the implementation device is part of,
Correct. So the changes
we're-
that the
okay.
Planning Commission made the motion on that evening, that was included as part of the items which our Planning Commissioner discussed this evening.
thank you.
And that is specifically noted in your staff report that the Planning Commission made that suggested
Great.
change.
Thank you.
Councilman Orlemans? Oh, okay. Any further discussion, or do I have a motion?
As detailed in the staff report, I move to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 17.780 marijuana facilities and cultivation.
Have a first?
I'll second.
Second, all in favor, aye?
Oh,
Aye.
I'm so sorry. Can we have the city clerk read the
I'm
full
s-
title for us?
Yes, I'm sorry, Margaret.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood repealing Chapter 17.780, medical marijuana facilities, and replacing in its entirety a new Chapter 17.780, cannabis facilities and cultivation of the Brentwood Municipal Code to regulate cannabis deliveries within the City of Brentwood.
Okay, first motion, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
And do I have a second motion?
As detailed in the staff report, I move to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance to repeal and replace in Chapter 9.50 marijuana facilities and cultivation.
Okay, we have a first.
Second.
Second, Margaret.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood repealing Brentwood Municipal Code, Chapter 9.50, medical marijuana facilities, and replacing in its entirety with the new Brentwood Municipal Code, Chapter 9.50, cannabis facilities and cultivation.
Okay, do I have a motion? We have a first and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous, the item moves. Thank you. Moving into item H2. This item is an update on the Inclusive and Adaptive Recreation Initiative, and Tien Nguyen will present remotely. Tien?
Mayor, before we move on to this item, we just wanted to flag that we didn't technically close the public hearing, but I think if you just acknowledge that it was closed
Yes,
before
at
your
this-
motion, we'll
Thank
take that.
you. Yes, at this time, I acknowledge that the public hearing was closed before the motion.
Perfect, thank you.
And now, call on Tien.
So I will go ahead and make this presentation tonight. The staff that prepared it and were prepared to speak on it tonight are not able to participate tonight. So we can either reschedule the item or I'll wing it and give you the presentation and try to field your questions as best I can.
What is the desire of council?
My desire is, while I think you know all this stuff, I'd prefer for the actual staff to be here. I have a substantial number of questions, and I think when this came before Vice Mayor Myers and I had a lot of things, and this is an important one. So I'm a little disappointed that neither the director or Tien are here today, because it was a really great report, and I'm appreciative. I wanted to thank them publicly for it. But I do have a substantial number of questions, and I feel like I deserve and the public deserves the full breadth of knowledge on this specific topic. So I'm hoping that this can come up at the very next meeting if no one can present.
So I have some late breaking information, and that
see
is
Tien
that
on
Dean Nguyen is now apparently
would
able
be
to
great.
participate. So we can continue with him if he'd like
Is that
to take over at this
Totally
point.
agree with you.
Okay.
So since Tien is here and able to present, I'll turn it to Tien.
I'll just promote him to a panelist. It'll just take a moment.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Can y'all help me? Excuse me, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you. If you give me just a second, I'm gonna do my best to share my screen here. Okay, are y'all able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you, Mayor and City Council for allowing me to present tonight. Tim Nguyen, Recreation Manager. Tonight, staff's presenting an inclusive and adaptive recreation report, updating the City Council on their City Council Strategic Initiative, Focus Area 5. So before we get started, some background. To remind the City Council, back a couple years ago in the City of Brentwood's Parks and Trails and Recreation Master Plan update, there were several recommendations in regards to program accessibility for individuals with disabilities. A summary of the recommendations are shown here on this slide here, and they included providing an inclusion policy, future opportunities for those with disabilities, individuals with disabilities, transportation updates, and expansion of inclusive programming. Following this master plan's update, the City Council did move forward with including in their strategic plan a strategic initiative specifically addressing adaptive recreational programming. That's currently in the focus area 5, Parks and Recreation Services. Item 4, expanding and enhancing recreation opportunities by increasing programs for seniors, youth, and teens, and implementing adaptive recreation. And this was carried over into our current fiscal year's 23-24 strategic initiatives. So as we provide this update to council, I did want to bring back some definitions that were provided from the more recreation consultants. They did our assessment of our programmings last year. And on your screen, you should see some definitions that we pulled for ease of discussion today, specifically adaptive or accessible recreation. And that's going to be talking about programs that have modifications, reasonable accommodations that can be made for those individuals with disabilities to participate. Inclusion, which is, as mentioned on the screen here, but is what our programs strive to be. We work hard to provide access to our programs for those of all abilities and backgrounds. This term can also be used for those who have physical or mental disabilities, but it can also be used for those who may be from marginalized populations or members who come from a minority group or low income. Also provided in the assessment from more recreational therapy was recreational therapy and therapeutic recreation. Parks and recreation programs strive to be fully inclusive and adaptive, but therapeutic recreation, even if we had a certified recreation therapist specialist on staff, are typically programs that are provided by nonprofits or private entities. But a lot of times programs are partnered with these groups to provide these, sometimes in city parks and recreational programs. So as mentioned, this is one of council's strategic initiatives that's been carried over for a number of years. City staff, after the last update, decided to break down this strategic initiative in a couple of different benchmarks. The short-term piece is something that we referenced a couple times at our last meeting as maybe the low-hanging fruit that we can try to accomplish quicker is continue providing reasonable accommodations for our existing programs. Excuse me. Providing updates to our city websites on what we have, doing a updated inventory of our programs and equipment, providing additional tools, equipment, and things that were mentioned in the report that the more recreational therapy group did for us to make sure that our programs were inclusive and had adaptable components involved in them. Some midterm benchmarks for the strategic initiative include continuing those previous items that were short-term, but also continue researching applicable ongoing training for our staff for different program areas to continually provide inclusive programs, but also accommodations where reasonable. Establishing inclusive and adaptive statements as supporting policies. So that's something that we're asking City Council to discuss tonight and provide some direction for staff. And coordinated transportation services. That's one of the items that we highlighted on a website update that we wanted the council to look at tonight too, and as well as provide some feedback on, because there are services that we already have that provide local transportation for those who may need it. Long-term goals, bigger items, bigger expenses, things that will take more time and planning on city staff part. Those included continuing the previous goals that we mentioned, but also executing agreements with other programs and groups, specifically city staff to identify to provide more programming for individuals, especially adults that may have disabilities, and whether that was done in-house or provided with partners, that was something we wanted to find partners with, but also provide for the community. Work on the city's ADA transition plan. That included a good amount of items identified and assessment by more recreational therapy as far as facility updates and what that would entail. And then again, the conversation about having a certified recreation therapist specialist on staff, potentially having those contracted services in the future, and what those would cost the city. As mentioned in the staff report, we have been working on a number of things. This is just an example of a draft of updating our city website. This page is something that our city staff's been working on, and what it would do is be found within the Parks and Recreation navigation. What it includes is a all welcoming statement reminding those in the community that we do strive to have inclusive programming for all, and what programs that are adaptive we'd be able to list here. We also wanted to highlight something that I didn't talk about on my last update with City Council, is that we do have all Billy's play equipment already in the city. This is there's two parks specifically, one at Blue Goose Park and Veterans Park, that has these all ability play equipment, and there's also a specification sheet on what the equipment has and what different cognitive developmental areas that it's targeting with its equipment. Also, towards the bottom of this potential update to the website are other community programs and opportunities that are listed, excuse me, that the city knows about. Some things that we wanted to highlight was, again, that Tri-Delta Transit for those who have AD or paratransit needs. That is something that is provided within our city with partnership with Tri-Delta Transit. We also have listed programs that we are currently partnered with, including Be Exceptional, that have programs within our city facilities. We have reached out to Working Wonders. We have some upcoming meetings with them to discuss potential future partnerships for some of their programs that they provide for some of our residents. And also, I wanted to highlight a program I wasn't aware about last time I talked to City Council, was that the Brentwood Library, through the county, offers an Insiders program, which is a program that is targeted for individuals with disabilities, that's held weekly within the Brentwood Library. So again, looking at some potential updates for our website, and really open to any feedback council can provide us tonight on that. So finally, some items to help navigate this discussion tonight for City Council. So any feedback about the drafted website that City Council has seen. A little bit more direction on the inclusive adaptive statement. So this is something that, again, was highlighted and recommended in our Parks Master Plan. When city staff looked at this, we wanted a little bit more clarity if this wanted to be something that was specific to inclusion and adaptive programming, especially with those with disabilities, or if it was needed to have a broader conversation, if this would something that wanted to be a discussion about a statement about diversity, equity, equality. Similarly, if council can provide some direction on some research we can do on inclusion adaptive policies. One of the attachments we attached to the staff report tonight were some examples of some policies, some statements from other municipalities in the area of inclusive and adaptive recreation. And then finally, if City Council would like to provide some direction to staff, I'll continue pursuing more information about a job classification for certified therapeutic recreation specialists, or if they want us to look into potentially contracted services and come back to council with more information for that option. That concludes my staff report, and I'm available for questions.
Clarifying questions of staff, Councilmember Pearson.
Thank you so much, Tien. I appreciate this report. I thought it was really thorough, and I really appreciate all of the time and detail and getting it back to us within this year. So just thank you. Couple of questions I had, and this may be to our city attorney as well. Are we able, Tien gave us some great definitions, specifically the ones that were from the more recreational therapy consulting group on adaptive and inclusive recreation. The definitions, thank you. Are we able to add those to Municipal Code Section 7.01.020 for definitions to be included under our Parks and Rec section?
I'm not sure where those definitions come from other than the Moore report. I don't know if it's part of a state law or federal law, so I'd want to look at that, but could be possible to do that, but I'd want to see where they come from, whether we're preempted from using them. I wouldn't think so, but there's a small chance.
Yeah. So thank you for that. So a couple of little things. So that's one, and I'll talk about that later in discussion. The other thing I had a question about is how many parks do we have that has a play area or equipment for seniors? How many parks? No, I got you. How many parks total do we have in the city?
Councilmember Pearson, I know we have 100+ parks. I don't have the number off the top of my head of how many have playgrounds. In my research, the two playgrounds that I wanted to highlight, those playgrounds were identified as all access, so they have a number of components that specifically have different they're all access in the sense they have components that have different cognitive development abilities, different sensory components. Those are the ones I wanted to highlight, but I think maybe you're asking how many parks that we have and how many of them are fully access and what the other amenities are in the playgrounds. Is that what you're asking for, council member?
No, you answered my question, but I think that that's a great sub-question. And I think that that would be something that I would aspire to have us do. And I guess a little extra question, Tien, in those short, long, and middle-term goals, are we working to make some of our parks more inclusive, not just for children activities, but for our senior community as well?
Yes, and please let me know, council member, if I'm not answering your question. Yes, so that's gonna be tied in a little bit with that ADA transition plan. I know when we look at just the transition, we're looking at a little bit of everything, right? The sidewalks, the playgrounds, the equipment, the amenities, how accessible they are. And that's gonna be on two fronts, not just for the children when we talk about the playgrounds, but again, the sidewalks, if there's trip hazards, if there are parking lots, if they have those truncated domes, what the signage looks like. So those are all included within that. So I hope that answers your questions, council member, because that's going to be included in the transitional plan. But also when we do park updates, those are things that they look at as well.
I appreciate that. Last question. Yes, that did answer. Thank you. The last question that I have is, I think on the first presentation you had done, there was a list from the Moore Consulting Group of all the items, like even down to like little scissors. And I know that you all supplied it, said it was attachment 4 in the staff report, but it was actually attachment 2 of all of the inventory items. I didn't see some of the smaller details, nor do are those things being worked on in the short and middle term that are still lingering? Because it was, some of the stuff was like simple stuff. I think you talked about that too, like scissors or certain type of crayons or pencils that we can have. Is that still being worked on, or has that been looked at in inventory?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, council member. I apologize for that. Yes,
No, it's
council member.
fine.
Those are things that were included in our attachment. What we wanted to do was provide a little more of an exhaustive list. I know more recreational therapy provided a really good assessment for us. There were some things that they missed. I actually mistakenly, and staff corrected me. They let me know we had a good amount of those paintbrushes.
Oh,
They
good.
had some of those scissors. As those things come up, especially again, I don't like the term as much, but low hanging fruit. When we get asked for a reasonable accommodation, we do everything that we can to provide that. So if someone's asking and saying, and we actually just had this example a couple months ago, some of our senior populations likes to play the game Sequence. It's a board game that they like to play. They mentioned that they had trouble seeing some of the cards. Our staff actually went out and bought a bigger version of the board game itself, so it's a little bit easier for them to see. So those are what we call reasonable accommodations that we're able to provide for them, and those are things we update on a continual basis.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Tien. The first question, according to the report, we could utilize existing funds in the Parks and LLAD Replacement Fund for new adaptive recreation equipment to replace aging equipment. And my question is, are we replacing non-adaptive equipment that is aging with adaptive equipment? And if so, in which parks?
Vice Mayor,
Try that again.
sorry, Vice Mayor. That's a great question. I'm taking quite a little bit of a pause because I'm not sure if I can fully answer that.
Okay.
So I don't mislead you. That I believe is a little bit more of a parks maintenance question. But I do know that when they gave me the information about Blue Goose and Veterans Park, because Veteran Parks is actually one of the playgrounds that will be replaced soon. They do look at those accessible components. When playground equipment, when amenities get changed, we do try to get we do strive to get them up to code, have the newest, the best practices, the most recommended equipment when we do those upgrades. But I don't want to mislead you that that's not specifically my area, Vice Mayor, but we definitely can follow up to answer that question fully for you.
Okay, thank you. How frequently are our ADA compliances reviewed for any needed updates on city sites?
Are you, as Vice Mayor, are you asking about our transition plan as far as the facilities components, or are you
Yeah,
talking about
but
our programming?
even into the idea of like if legislation is new and there are new requirements around ADA compliance, are we keeping track of those? How often are we making those updates that are necessary?
Sure, if I can, Vice Mayor, I'm going to answer your or I'm trying my best to answer your question kind of two ways.
Okay.
When it comes to programs, those are a little bit easier for us, Vice Mayor. So if there's a new program out there, and I'll use a quick example of we have a great program called Junior Giants. It's a free baseball softball program. If they roll out and say, hey, we have to use a certain type of T-ball or T for T-ball, and the reason why they want to use this because it's safer, it's better accommodations, better hand-eye coordination, and allows for better contact and for all abilities to use it, we want to roll that out as quickly as we can, especially as we have those funds. For
Okay.
things that, when it rolls into the facilities, Vice Mayor, that's a little bit more challenging. When things get installed, whether that's at a playground, in a park, those things, when they get installed, they're up to code at that moment. When it's in place, especially with a facility, it may come out of code because codes change over the years, and that's going to go into a transition plan that is ongoing, continuously changing. So hopefully that answered your question, Vice Mayor, but if I
Yeah.
didn't, please let me
No,
know.
that's good. How are teachers or staff, excuse me, who provide adaptive programming for people with disabilities of all ages trained or vetted?
Sure, great question, Vice Mayor, and I don't mean to be squirrely with this, but it also depends on this as well. So what I mean by that is each of our programs, we want to specialize in what those programs are, whether that's aquatics, our camps, our sports programs. For those specific programs, typically before they start, we'll do a number of trainings for our staff so that they know obviously the content, the equipment, the populations they're going to work with. But that's also when we try to provide some specialized training. A little bit a quick example is going to be our aquatics program. Our staff go into certification with American Red Cross, not only to be lifeguards, but when we do private swim lessons and group swim lessons, we also have a water safety instructor certificate that's specific to the lessons that they're going to be teaching. With that certification, there's a ton of accommodations that they provide in the lessons that they're teaching, whether the participant wants to be in water, underwater, if they're going to use what lifeguard approved jackets, if they're using different flotation devices, if there's different combinations we're doing because the child's afraid to put their head in water, if the child's afraid to let go of a wall when they're doing their strokes. So we do those specialized trainings with those accommodations for our specific areas. But I don't want to mislead you, Vice Mayor, that we cover all the bases and every type of accommodations that we get asked about, we're able to cover. It just depends on what that program is and what that reasonable accommodation is. Another quick example that I can provide you, Vice Mayor, is we get probably 1 or 2 requests each year to allow a participant to have an aid during a camp in the summertime or in the fall and the spring. And we work with that request to make sure that that's appropriate for not just the participant, but also for the class as well, so that we can meet that reasonable accommodation.
Thank you. I have one more question, and the rest of it I'll save for discussion later. But you're kind of also leading into, there was a section on inclusive sports programs that welcome kids of all abilities. And it said that parents or guardians can specify during registration any disabilities their child might have and ask for accommodations. And I'm curious how those accommodations are met and who actually does develop that adapted programming.
So that depends. So depends on the sports program again. So if it's something that we're running in-house, Vice Mayor, we will meet with the parent or the guardian, whoever's requesting accommodation, and ask what it is. Sometimes they let us know that, hey, my child is gonna need an aid or we need an aid in class. Is that something that we can accommodate? Usually, for most cases, yes. Sometimes they let us know, hey, we had this disability or challenge. What are accommodations that you provide? Whether that's different equipment, whether that's additional staff, whether that's a private lesson, whether that is modifications to actual exercise or skill development for the day. So we work with those accommodations or those requests on a case-by-case basis. When it's a contractor, whether that's one of our Skyhawks programs, one of our tennis contractors, whatever, again, that's a pretty similar process, but they're also able, because they have different training backgrounds and expertise in their areas, where they'll provide that as well, whether that's a different size tennis ball or tennis racket. So there's higher chances of impact and contact when they're learning their swings, whether that's, again, a soccer program where they're providing different colored cones, different type of cones, different verbal cues when they're going through drills. So it is a big world, and I'm not going to try to pretend, Vice Mayor, that I know it all. But again, it is working with the individuals and seeing what we can do to provide a safe environment where they're able to still participate in our programs.
Great, thank you, Tian.
Tian, I do also have a question for you. You just mentioned that Veterans Park, the All Abilities equipment is going to be replaced. Does that include the pirate ship and some of the other All Abilities accessible equipment there?
I believe some of the components are going to be replaced, Mayor. I don't know off the top of my head which components are, but I can send that over to council as a follow-up, because I know Aaron Wadden, our parks maintenance manager, has been doing his due diligence on that update.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any further clarifying questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, Margaret will open public comments.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item, your microphone will be muted. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. We didn't receive any written public comments on this. I do have one public comment card for in person. I'll call on Rod.
This thing, okay, it's working. I did just want to speak briefly on this. I feel strongly that it's important that we do this at all times, that we care. And it speaks to compassion, and it speaks to the same impulses that we've been seeing in this city council all night tonight, really, with the pets and with the other issues. It's about caring. Anybody at any time could end up need permanently or temporarily these kinds of accommodations, and at a time in their life when they need them, they would be least able to afford paying for them on their own. I know that there are people in this world who object to any kind of tax expenditures, but as a taxpayer in the city of Brentwood, I just want you to know that this is exactly the kind of thing we should be spending tax money on, helping people who need it. And again, somebody goes over the wrong line on the road, or you fall off your bicycle, or a child is born, or a senior starts to decline. Any point in your life, any point, any one of us could need a service like this, or have a loved one who needs a service like this. And honestly, the houses around here, they're pretty new, ADA compliant, or built on floor plans that are designed to be ADA compliant if need be. I live in such a house, and it's not a burden to me. It's nice, and nice wide doorways. You know, I can get around the house. There's no place where it's hard to turn around. Sometimes when I see a ramp up to a building, I'll take it, especially back when I was much heavier than I am now. I would have difficulty. I'll admit it, and I would just enjoy having the ramp. So everybody benefits a little bit from having a world that's a little bit easier to get around in. And I really applaud you for this. I'm hearing some hesitancy from staff on some of the answers, so I hope you'll continue to explore it fully. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers in the chambers. I do have one hand raised in Zoom. I'll call on Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. Mayor, I can answer your question because I was at the Parks and Rec meeting, and what is getting changed out is if you park and walk toward the park, towards the ship, it's the Spider-Man climby thing and the two spinny things. I don't know what they're called, but they're spinny things. Those are being replaced with things for young kids, not for, I would say, like emerging teens to play on. And they are not ADA accessible in the least because they're in an area of the park where you have to step down. And kids with disabilities were not considered during that meeting. So I would urge that Mr. Tian take a look at that structure. I don't know if it's been paid for or if it's been installed yet, but it is not accessible to anyone who is not able-bodied. If city council needs help with this, I would strongly urge you to reach out to Dr. Eaton of the Brentwood Unified School District because we just went through a major overhaul of all of the playgrounds in all of the schools to make sure that they are completely ADA accessible. So it doesn't matter what your capability is, you can get on the playground and there is some kind of structure for you to play on as a child in all of our schools in Brentwood. This was, like I said, not taken under consideration when Parks and Rec made their decision on what equipment to replace the existing equipment with that they cannot get parts for anymore. It was just, look at how cute it is. It's red, white, and blue. That's so patriotic, and it goes along with the theme of Veterans Park. So yeah, we need to make sure that as we implement these things, that everybody is aware of what their part is in making sure that our city is as ADA compliant as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised and no additional speaker cards.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, move into council discussion.
Mine are really quick comments. I do agree with Carolina. When we brought up the park, Veterans Park, it's almost like they didn't want to hear what we had to say. Like, so I do think we need to spend a little bit more time looking at the park equipment and analyzing it from our perspective and speaking to parents who it impacts. Because I felt like we rushed through that and I don't know, I felt like I wasn't heard. And I think, so this is a good conversation to have. And that staff hears us talking about this. The other thing is for the future, something that I think we should consider adding to our strategic plan when that comes up, not now. We have 1 acre across from Pioneer that we designated open space for a possible future park. I think that we need to look at doing a best-in-class adaptive park, like something like you've never seen in Brentwood before that shows how welcoming we are. I think that we should consider that 1 acre spot because right now there's nothing on it and Amber Lane Apartments is almost done. I think that when our strategic plan comes up, if we should consider putting that on the list and just do something, again, best in class, best in Contra Costa County. I would be really proud if we could do something like that. And that's all I gotta say, but I mean, you guys are doing great.
Councilperson Pearson.
I like that idea. Thank you. Thank you for your report, Tian, and thank you for all the comments today. This one, as you all know, is near and dear, and I normally try not to make it personal, but I go home to someone every single night who has different abilities, and he's amazing to me. And then I wake up in the morning and I serve. The majority of my people that I serve are either the senior population or people who have now aged out and who are now 18 and who have developmental delays and their parents are lost as to what to do for them. Some of the suggestions that I have for Parks and Rec, and I'm going to get closer on the mic because I want to make sure they're heard. One of them is, again, adding the definitions that were provided, not specifically those, but those 4. 1, adaptive, defining adaptive, inclusion, rec therapy, therapeutic recreation. 2, Municipal Code Section 7.01.020. I believe throughout our processes on our website and everything, we're going to make mention of those terms, and I think it'd be great to have them defined in our municipal code. The other thing that I would say is that while I think it's great that we have 2 parks, I think if we have over 100 and what something parks, there needs to be more than 2 parks that's inclusive. I am a little disappointed. I have gone to Veterans Park. I've gone to a couple of the parks, and one thing that I noticed, I appreciate Carolina bringing that up. If we have the ability to make changes, which I think we have ability to do it even before stuff goes on the ground, we can change stuff. We need to make it inclusive to where a wheelchair can be lowered, or a child who is has mobility issues has the ability to step down in. One of the examples I'll give is Brentwood Elementary School. If you go there, kids of all abilities are able to access the play equipment, as Ms. Villaseca said. And actually, there's been equipment that's soft for different sensory needs. So I agree, they did an amazing job, and I'm just not okay with one of our parks that we are now asking people to use more for events will not be inclusive. So I think that needs to be looked at, and so I'm going to request that that come back to, and maybe it needs to be a future agenda items or maybe in the next report. But one of the things that came up for me is on the website. I think it's great that we have it. I would like for us to include 2 other resources. So if notes are being taken, I think one is that we need to include the Contra Costa County Senior Legal Services as the website for Contra Costa County Senior Legal Services. We also need to provide contracostahealth.org/seniors, Contra Costa County Bar Association, as many of our seniors need legal assistance. I would ask that we include CCS, that's California Children's Services. The website is dhcs.ca.gov. DHCS stands for the Department of Health Care Services. They provide a lot of resources to parents for children who have developmental delays, just as the Regional Center does under the mandate of the Lanterman Act for Regional Center. The other thing that I really like was I love the idea of providing the language that the city of Las Vegas did. And so I drafted something that we put not only on our website, but on a lot of our materials. What I drafted was, and I love 10, you asked the question of being broader. I agree. I don't know that we need to deal with diversity, equity, and inclusion because there is some future agenda item requests, but I think this topic hits on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So here's what I drafted. I would request that we use a statement like this, or actually use this. The city of Brentwood is fully committed to providing opportunities for youth and adults of all abilities and to comply with the provisions of the American with Disabilities Act, ADA. We are committed to offering adaptive and inclusive recreational activities and facilities and to provide advocacy for individuals with diverse abilities. So I'd love it if we had something like that stated. To be specific. The other thing that I noticed, thank you. I like that the parks do have the survey attached. So that's good for me to know we have it. I just would like to see more. There's not anything that I see for senior services. I do like Councilmember Mendoza's idea of us creating like the best in class, because I think we can do it. The other suggestion that I really like from the staff report, and that I would actually really request that we do tonight, is that we hire a third-party company. This is not a jabs at Parks and Rec. I don't think we hire a Parks and Rec new staff member that would then report to a senior staff member that doesn't really understand the inclusive and adaptive recreation. I think it would be best if we had a third-party company that we utilize funds to hire a third-party company that really knows about this and who can really work with the city to implement and begin to develop the recreation and programming that we need, and to really give this another look. But I do want to say thank you, Tien, for listening. Thank you for stepping up to the plate. I really appreciate it, and you are a rock star tonight. You were able to effectively answer all our questions, so I appreciate you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. First, I do agree with the park idea that Councilmember Mendoza had. I very much like your statement. I would suggest one minor edit, and that would be where you said opportunities for youth and adults of all abilities. I think we should say youth and adults of all ages and abilities. I want to say, I listened to a presentation recently by Working Wonders, and they mentioned that accessible transportation was basically one of their biggest challenges. I'm on the Accessible Transportation Committee for the county, and hear that that's a long-term problem. It's not going to be fixed overnight. But with us talking about transportation as being accessible, as being available to people, we need to be really sure that what we're offering is there. The county does not have a very good accessible transportation program. There's not a lot available. People they have long waits, they can't get to where they need to go. So, I mean, I just think we need to be really, really careful about how we're talking about that, how we're offering up that as an opportunity. I'm hearing that there are ongoing discussions with Working Wonders, so I'm sure that there's a little bit more information they can get directly from Working Wonders about that. I wanted to mention too, there's been a lot of discussion around the senior center being a little bit impacted. And so some of these programs that are available through the senior Parks and Rec programming would be available potentially at the community center. And I want to make sure when that is happening that we're considering activities that a more mobile older adult would be able to take part in, because the parking lot is pretty far away from the entrance to the community center. So I think we need to be really conscious about that. Like, we're not going to have something there that tends to draw people that have more mobility issues. We can keep those at the senior center where the parking is very, very close. Let's see. I also would agree with the comments about Sunset Park. I think it's a big shame that that there's no ability for people to get down into there that are in wheelchairs or having mobility issues. I want to make sure when we're doing our inventory of programs that we're very clear in our definition of inclusive for all abilities and skill levels. Let's make sure people understand what that means. I mean, it seems like it's obvious, but there's a lot it could mean. There was the comment in the staff report about the general fund currently has one-time funding available for use during the year of approximately $700,000. And I'm wondering if there has been some budgeting worked out to be how that could be the most effective. I don't know if we've had any discussion. I don't recall seeing in the staff report what the recommendations would be for that. There's a lot of ideas being thrown around, but I don't know if that's something that's been designated yet. No, okay. So is that something that staff would make a recommendation based on what we're hearing tonight? Do you want us to make a recommendation?
Well, can I ask, I know it's a Carrie question. I know there's, when we talked the other day, there was this other fund in Park and Rec. Like, what is our total available funds in Park and Rec? Because I know we used one part for like the sports complex, right? And there was some money in other, like, what kind of other accounts do we have? And I don't know if it's now or during the strategic planning, like that we would decide that we want to allocate dollars. But do we have an accounting of what's available?
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. So I'll start with the 700,000. There's no particular staff recommendation that was meant not to be assigned to this item necessarily. I mean, it could be, but it's more of a general for any use that the council sees fit for the general fund to fund. So
do you use that every year? Do you max out that spend, or do you usually have extra?
at the end of every year, we typically do have extra. We have not deficit spent historically. So I would expect that to be the same this year. And so the current projection is about 700,000 right now. Your second question on the available funds. So the reference in the report to the Parks and LLD Replacement Fund, that's the fund you're talking about. And so that one can be used to replace aging infrastructure. So that's why the note was added about if we want to, one strategy could be to, as we're replacing infrastructure as it ages out, we've been setting those funds aside. And some of those funds have been coming from LLADs. So we are restricted on those. We cannot decide to add new equipment and say, well, that's coming from the replacement fund because the LLAD payers, it's not an allowable use of those funds. So we do have those. I don't have the number. So there's a general fund component of it. There's an LLAD component of it. So we do separate all those. I don't have that in front of me now. In terms of other available funding, we do have replacement funds for things like senior center. And was there any other part that you were inquiring about?
No, but I think this will be a good segue to our conversation of why I think we need a budget subcommittee, because then two of us would be like, hey, we reviewed this, we have this money, we can do this, right? Like right now, none of us know any details. So, but thank you for that.
Yeah, if I could add one more thing, I did mean to mention that when you mentioned the funding for the Sand Creek Sports Complex, we use development impact fees on that one. So that was assigned because the new development is impacting the city, so we're therefore able to take fees that developers have paid and assign it to the Sand Creek Sports Complex.
I also just have a little input regarding the All Abilities Transportation. Being a representative from the city of Brentwood on the Tri-Delta board, Tri-Delta has a program called Try My Ride that is specifically designed to accommodate all abilities transportation. And that might be something that we as a city could have a conversation with Tri-Delta and see if that might be a partnership addition that we could look into for something like this as well.
And can I ask a question when we're talking about website updates? I think it sounds like a lot of those resources actually could go not only on the Park and Rec page, but I also think we should put the same resources. We have this teen page that I think we need to get a little bit more active on, making sure that the ones about children we put on that page and the ones about seniors put on the Triad page. I think that those would be good resources because it's hard to find stuff, right? So if it lives in a couple of different places, then people are more apt to find it. But I think it's good to list all of those resources in multiple spots.
And then I have another comment too. I'm thinking about the Parks and Rec Commission and a recommendation that when they make decisions about equipment and parks and et cetera, that they look at things through the lens of adaptive programming. And I'm sure that I'm sure they do that, but I think we should be very forward thinking in that and making sure that staff reports that are presented to them when it comes to these items mention, like, look at things through an adaptive lens.
No, you just triggered something. So I know we've been talking, and it's going to come up later, about like design review committees. Could there possibly be a committee specifically if we hired outsource a company that does a review of the equipment before? My concern is understanding of what is adaptable and inclusive. And I think it would be great if we continue this dialogue about having a company, outsourcing a company. Could they potentially be some type of review element to the commission?
Does Working Wonders, does Working Wonders do anything like that? Or I don't know if they have the skill set to, but I
Like
mean,
what specifically? You mean review equipment?
like go in and review the park, you're saying review the park equipment, make we might think it's up to snuff, right? But then someone with a different, fresh set of eyes that isn't in our business every day might have a different, hey, you guys didn't think about this or this. I was just thinking maybe they have someone that is really good at that. And, because we're already partnering with them on other stuff. I don't know if they have that skill set.
I would say more likely Be Exceptional, because Working Wonders works with young adults.
Okay.
Or Be Exceptional works with more children.
But do we want both of them then?
I believe we've got Be Exceptional as, they were in the staff report. I didn't see them on the website slide, but they were in the staff report. So I know we're already working with them. They're not Brentwood based, but they serve Brentwood.
Okay.
Tim, am I right on that? Oh, Tian, sorry.
Council, if I may, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. So if I can answer maybe some of the questions out there. Yes, we do work with Be Exceptional. They're one of the contractors currently. We're in discussion with Working Wonders, so we're currently not working with them right now, but that's something that we can explore. I think a couple things maybe, and I don't want to speak for any council members, but I could think tying some thoughts together was what I can do is work with our parks maintenance team and with Aaron, our manager, and maybe get a little more information about the playgrounds that we have, what equipment that we have, and then also what consultations and consultants they use. to maybe provide that information to council, because I do know those are considerations that they have when they do update equipment. I think one of the things that I wanted to maybe insert, I think there were some recommendations on having Parks Commission consider some of these items. It would, of course, be the will of the council, but what we can possibly do is take the statement that Councilmember Pearson mentioned tonight with, I guess, some of those friendly amendments, and we could run it through the Parks Commission as well, so they're aware of that statement that we're applying to all our programs. And I think that's just another way to continue that conversation at that level, if that's council's will.
I think that's a great idea. Thank you. I did have one little thing. I know that there was talks about transportation, and unfortunately, my clients that I'm court appointed, they are left sometimes for hours to not make it to appointments or on time or picked back up. It's really sad. So I didn't see the website being this is what we provide, or that we even suggest. I even like the bottom item being added. I like the mayor's suggestion that we look into the option. I know you discussed it before, and I think it's a great idea. There was one little fix, not to be a nitpicker, but on the disclaimer at the very bottom of the website, I think that's great, because we're saying we're only providing these for informational purposes only. There was 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down where it says the city of Bears. It should be the city of Brentwood. Bears, no responsibility. So I'm sorry. But other than that, I think it's great. And I appreciate your openness to the suggestion that we run this by the Parks Commission, my statement that I made.
I just have
Cal-
one last thing.
Okay.
And this is going to be a nitpicky thing.
Can we have Councilmember Orlemans speak? I know you were leaving.
No, it's, I just had the question, but Tan just answered it about the updating of equipment, using that as some of the updates to be the all-inclusive parks, maybe changing some of the parks out that already exist, and to expand on the Try My Ride. They'd already talked about, it's in Antioch and Pittsburgh, and already looking at moving it over to Brentwood. But a conversation with them at the next meeting probably wouldn't hurt.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
And the last thing is going to be that I am going to be a little nitpicky. Our parks used to be themed, and they were all a lot like different, like Western or whatever, and they've gone to like this generic play equipment. And I think that's something we have to talk about sooner or later. You want your kids to go to different parks and have different experiences, and just changing a color but having similar equipment isn't that exciting. So I think we also need to, what was the original intent of our Park and Rec? And I think that was one of the original things that they wanted, was to have these different themed parks. I think when Park and Rec is looking at something, let's try to keep them as unique and as exciting as possible, because we know kids have very short attention spans. So the more we can make them different and unique, each park I think would be fun for the kids.
Thank you. This has been a terrific discussion. Do we have any further discussion, or do I have a motion on this item?
Okay, this is probably going to need some help across the board from everyone. As detailed in the staff report, I move to provide the following direction to staff on the adaptive recreation program, including, we'll start with the statement that Councilmember Pearson mentioned, with the addition of where it says youth and adults of all abilities, that we add youth and adults of all ages and abilities. That's an easy one. To investigate the Try My Ride programming, correct?
Yes.
Okay. To make sure that programming that's offered to seniors at the community center is considered for people that are a little bit more active, so they have easier access to parking. To share the statement, Councilmember Pearson's statement with the Parks and Rec Commission to encourage the consideration of the adaptive programming lens when they're making decisions. I guess we don't need to mention Working Wonders. We're already having that discussion. to look at, and I don't know if this would be part of the same thing, to look at the 1 acre open space that we have over by Pioneer as a potential for an all adaptive specific park. And what am I missing? Because I didn't make
Can
a
I add
list.
some to it?
Yeah, please.
To add definitions to Municipal Code Section 7.01.020 that include a definition of adaptive, inclusive recreation therapy and therapeutic recreation. Also, to add to the website that was presented tonight, the following web addresses: California Children's Services at dhcs.ca.gov, to add Contra Costa County Senior Legal Services, Contra Costa County Bar Association, ContraCostaHealth.org/seniors, and to also look into the accessibility at Veterans Park for ramps to get to the play structure area. Also, I think we discussed to look at or have the city staff time and funds used to come back with a suggestion, unless we can't do that now, that we provide or hire an outside company to create more inclusive and adaptive programming.
Councilperson Pearson, I'm sorry, it's really late. Okay, council member, I try that and it doesn't work after 11 o'clock. One of the things that one of our callers, Ms. Filiseca, had mentioned was to potentially talk with Dr. Dana Eaton, who has already done this. Do you think we could give staff some flexibility to see I have some concerns for the cost of hiring an outside consultant. Could we potentially have as good or maybe even better results having a conversation, giving staff the opportunity to talk to someone who already has done a superior job at providing all abilities playgrounds for the school districts before we consider hiring an outside? And if that doesn't work, maybe look into that, but giving staff some flexibility to see if that's an option.
I think what I'm asking is that we just get a report back from them, because one of the things that I'd like to see, the more report that we got said, we do not have what it takes staffing-wise to implement these strategies. So we need to either hire in-house or outsource it, because we don't have, even if someone goes to talk to Dana Eaton, who implements it, who makes sure, who oversees it. So I'm just wanting to see if staff time and attention, that would include talking to Dana Eaton.
I misunderstood your recommendation.
No,
So you
not that we
clarified it.
hired
Thank
them.
you.
I'm like, if we could, I would like to go with it, but just the staff time and attention to go ahead and give us, because I'm not comfortable making a full, I wish we could, but that I brought up in our briefing meeting is I would like to find out the difference between hiring someone in-house, the cost with benefits and everything else, versus hiring an outside company. Even though personally, I think the outside company may have more know-how and who they're reporting to understands the specifics of this. But I'd still like to have the different cost-benefit analysis of the two, or even if we need to do it. But it seems like from what we got back from the survey and the analysis from the company, we definitely need to have one or the other. But I appreciate what you said, and specifically, I think that's what I'm asking.
And if we could find out what the impact on the budget would be for that when the analysis comes back, and if there are any of these other buckets of money that could potentially go towards that. I know that's not equipment related, but maybe there's something we can pull from somewhere else. And did anyone else have anything they wanted to add to that?
I second that.
And is staff clear on what we're asking?
Can I clarify? I think Councilmember Pearson, you mentioned you wanted a couple of links added to the website. Can I get clarification? I think some of those links exist on our senior page. Did you want us to include that specifically to the inclusive recreation page we're looking to update? I think there was a thought out there that we wanted to include some things on the youth page as well. So if I can get a little bit clarity on where you were looking to add those links, that'd help me out a lot.
Sure. Thank you for asking a clarifying question. Yes, on the on the website update, I'd like them to be included there. And I have to add on, I'm sorry, Councilmember Mendoza, yes, also on the youth, some parents go to kid sites or youth sites instead of going to what they would think is Parks and Rec. So I agree that we should also add them on our youth site as well.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll go through the items that I've had down here.
Thank you.
So the motion was to include the statement that Councilmember Pearson provided with including the language related to all ages, connecting with Try My Ride programming, ensure that programs for the senior center that would be possibly moved to the community center or perform at the community center for active seniors. Share the statement with the commission so as they understand that statement as they're making decisions. The 1 acre park across from Pioneer to look at an all adaptive park, including the definitions as mentioned by Councilmember Pearson in section 7.01.020 related to adaptive inclusions. I believe there was 4 different ones that you mentioned. The websites for Contra Costa Senior Legal, the Bar Association, and Contra Costa Health.org/seniors on youth, senior, and the new websites that Tian talked about.
And dhcs.ca.gov for California Children's Services.
Thank you. I missed that one. Looking at an accessible ramp at a veteran park for all equipment. And then the discussion related to staffing, either internally or contracting, working with Dana Eaton, looking at the impact on the budget for a new position, and looking at where all funds might be used to fund these programs.
And I just want to add one other thing to Ms. Villaseca's point. If we're going to be consistent with this policy that we've crafted, if it says for all ages and all abilities, one of her points was that the spiderwebby thing, for a lack of understanding of exactly what it is, but I think I know it, the web thingy, to looking at Veterans Park to make sure that we have inclusive resources that are not just limited to younger children, but also to older children. So if I can add that one on there, if they're going to replace the Spider-Man climb, the spinny thing, that we are looking at the other age groups, because there are people that need inclusive that are a little bit older than the younger group too.
Okay, so we have a first on that. Do we have a second? And Damien?
Just want to make sure that the first and second agree with what the assistant city manager read as just recently amended by Councilmember Pearson. It sounds like they both do.
Yep.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. The item passes. Now, we are moving on to item H4. I do want to ask council, item I.2.A is very similar in title to this. Would it be a consideration of council to consider both of these at the same time so that we can have as broad a discussion as possible? Okay, then we will move on to item H4 and item I.2.A. The next item is a review and update to the ethics and conduct policy, and Darren Gale will present. Darren.
And Mr. Mayor, I also know you have 11 additional items this evening. This is not a time-sensitive issue. If I'm ready to present, but I also wanted to let the council know if you wanted to push this off to the next council meeting, I can do so if you'd like.
So reaching that before we go into this item, are there items on there in consideration of the time? We're here so we can do whatever council's will is, but are there any items on future agenda items that are listed that you would consider moving to a future council meeting, or we can, at your will, do them all tonight?
I asked to move this to this week, and I would hate for people who were waiting last week to then have to wait another week. So I would prefer to talk about this tonight. So I'm willing and able to move my future agenda item request to next week if it means we can spend a more lengthy time talking about item H4. So my items in I2B, I2C, I2D, and I2E, I'm happy to move them until next week, but I'm not happy to move this one. I think people waited last week and I asked for a move and I appreciate it, but I'd like to talk about it tonight.
Yeah, and I'm okay moving the design committee one, I2I, and the budget committee one to next week as well. So I2K is the budget one, and then I2I is the design standards committee. We can move those.
I was going to offer to move mine too. I mean, I guess we could play it by ear. I'm happy to move I2G and, I have them both as I2G. Both of my new agenda items, I'm happy to move.
Okay, well, Damien?
I believe the other one was I2F, Vice
Thank you,
Mayor Meyer.
I2F and I2G.
Okay, well, we will move into item H4 and I2A and turn it to you, Darren. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. This evening, it's my pleasure to present an item that was brought forward to the City Council in late last year. And at request of the City Council, this item was continued until your last meeting in September of 2023. And then it's here before you this evening. This item was related to the Brentwood Ethics and Conduct Policy. And a number in the future agenda item, I talked about these 5 bullet points that are up on the PowerPoints this evening. As a little bit of background, in January of 2013, a Policies and Procedures Ad Hoc Committee was formed to change the ethics, and then that was changed to an actual Ethics Policy Development Committee in 2014. And I believe Mayor Bryant participated in some of these programs, or in some of these meetings. In May of 2014, the City Council actually adopted an ethics and conduct policy, and then that policy was changed and updated in June of 2016. It has not been updated since. And then there was a discussion in late October of 2022 for this to come back as a future agenda item. And I don't want people to think that this was pushed off at staff. As a result of the other items, it was requested by Councilmember Mendoza to bring it back in September. And so that's why we're back here at this time. And as I mentioned, these are the items that were discussed. And when we received this request for a future, for a future agenda item, we contacted Joanne Spears of S2 Ethics Strategy, an expert on ethical issues and policies for City Council members. Ms. Spear provided a broad review of the policy, and her thoughts are included in an attached letter that was a part of the staff report. Also, I do want to mention that Joanne Spears did this free of charge and provided us I thought, a great overview of the City Council's current policy. Ms. Spears did not charge the city, as I mentioned, and she stated that the policy benchmarks well, but recommended 4 areas, and I've kind of summarized them here in 4 different areas. One was length and relevance. She mentioned that length can be a double-edged sword. Longer documents, particularly those with less relevant information, are more difficult for busy elected officials to keep top of mind. So she didn't say ours was too long, but I think there's maybe a little reference to the length of it. Terminology, the code has language that may be ambiguous or overly broad, and she made a couple of, or she specifically referenced that. A process to be maximum effective, she said it can be helpful for those who conduct, whose conduct is to be guided by the document to have the opportunity for input into its content. A good practice is to give council members the opportunity to review, revise, and refine ethics code periodically. And so obviously this is the beginning of that opportunity for the City Council. And then implementation, I think this one's very key. Most of the time, the City Council adopts and gives direction, and then staff implements it. In this case, implementation is not in this case, this is less so with policies that pertain to council values and behaviors. Since council members in their words and actions, are the policy implementers. There are some additional practices that councils can consider in enhancing its implementation process. So city staff is not the one who implements this policy. It's really going to be the city council. And then finally, the current ethics and conduct policy does not apply to violations of state and federal law. When this matter was discussed in 2022, questions were raised about this applicability, thank you, issue. If the council is still interested in exploring this issue, with your direction, staff would engage the services of special outside counsel to prepare an opinion memo. So next step is really, this is an opportunity for council to give some feedback. And this is how I'd see the next step. So I'm going forward a little bit, but it would be to authorize staff to hire a consultant regarding possible changes to the policy and setting a process. I assume there would probably need to be some type of council workshop or a subcommittee that would help put this together. Second would be hiring outside legal counsel to discuss state and federal law violations, and then we would need to return for budget authorization for the costs associated with these things. So I'll go back to the last slide that I had, the outside review, and can answer any questions that the city council might have this evening.
And actually, before the council asks questions, remember this is 2 different agenda items, and so Councilmember Pearson.
Thank you.
However you want to do it. If you
My
want.
light went right on because I was like, I'm ready for my informational
All right.
report. Perfect, thank you. So I brought item number thank you, 2A, which was considered the request from me for creation of an ethics and conduct policy for city commissions. I wholeheartedly looked at the purpose and applicability section of the ethics and conduct policy section 1. In that section, the last paragraph, it says, in this policy, the term city council or city council members includes the mayor, vice mayor, unless context requires otherwise. And then it says section 2 and 4 of this policy apply to council members acting in their official capacities, but section 3 applies to the commissions whenever commissions are specifically mentioned. I thought that I look at us as a body, a governing body, but the commissions are so important that they're arms of the body. And I thought that the core values that we've come up with should not be devoid of anybody who's a part of our governing body, that they follow the same core values that we have to follow. So my suggestion is that we implement, I don't want any type of punishment. So section 4, no, that is specific to city council. I don't think we need to add a section 4 about enforcement against any commissions. We already have a policy in place about how commissions, things can happen if someone does not act in compliance with what the commissions have to follow. But for every single commission, I think it would be great to have the section 2 that is modified specifically to the commissions of our core values. So those would be integrity, passion, accountability, respect, and quality, to be also an ethics policy for our commission. I do know that specifically under respect, there are certain areas where it says, I understand that I'm one of 5 members of the city council. Well, of course, that would have to say, I understand that I'm one of the members of the commission. And I think that these ethics, these ethical considerations should apply to them. Some of the other suggestions that I did have, and I'm going to pull up my notes.
Councilmember Pearson, if I may, I think your other suggestions might go beyond your future agenda request. So you're just giving your future agenda request that it applies to the commissions. It might be appropriate for the council to ask their questions. And then during the discussion portion of the meeting, then you could talk about what other changes you might want to see.
Okay.
Because it's a little bit of a hybrid here. Normally we go straight into public comment, but because it has the regular agenda item.
So just what I said was, we can stop there.
Perfect right there,
Okay,
but
great.
but hold those thoughts because there'll be an opportunity for you to talk about them.
Wonderful, thank you.
And since it is a hybrid, is there any further clarifying discussion from council before we open public comments? Seeing none, Margaret, I'll turn it to you.
If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item, your microphone will be muted. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will also be muted when the timer has expired. I do have one speaker card in person. I'll call on Rod.
Thank you, Margaret, and thank you, Councilmember Pearson, for bringing this back. I ran down here last time specifically because I wanted to talk about this, and then I got here and you guys tabled it. So here I am. And if I can maybe get an extra minute at the end to talk about 2A, but we'll see. The one thing just quickly was the admonishment where you admonish the entire council. The community found that very confusing. And I think that either it should just apply to whatever one person or just be stricken because the community just found that to be very confusing. The admonishment of the entire body was just found to be weird. My quick note on 1-2A is that I was already under the impression as a commissioner that I was bound by the ethics clarifications, as Councilmember Pearson has just outlined, certainly seem in order. I would recommend keeping it in one document rather than, like not have one for every commission. But what I really want to talk about was the example, and I've only got a minute and a half left, but that example from the other city, I forget the name of it, had a lot of respect for public commenters built into that, and it was beautiful with the way they wrote it. And in particular, they talk about active listening, asking questions, getting clarifications from the speaker, all of which I thought was impossible because my understanding was only the mayor can talk to the speaker or the chair of the body. So I want to hear a lot more discussion about that aspect of it. How would that work? How can the council interact in a more active way with the public? As we saw tonight, I really felt unheard on one of the points. And as it happens, of all the people in this room, I'm the closest thing you have to a subject matter expert on Zoom and how software works. I am a software engineer. I live on the internet. My company is PHP. Most internet runs on our software. So I would have been happy to clarify things. Councilman Mendoza had a question that was not well answered, and I was in the process of trying to get to that when my time expired about how it would work to register people. So there are a lot of really smart people in this community. Brentwood is a bedroom community for professionals and business people, and they deserve to be heard, and they have a lot of important things that you should hear. Thank you.
And Mayor, just a point of order, since you're combining two items, you might feel free to give a little more time to the public speakers.
Certainly.
I think that's appropriate.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Margaret, go ahead.
I have 2 hands raised in Zoom. I'll call on Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great, thank you, Margaret. Well, I wanted to do this in person, but you guys are running a little long. But I'd like to echo what Rod had said about the last time the council body was chastised, that it didn't make any sense. I'm hoping that this time, given what was stated tonight and what was said tonight, will be a far clearer example of how our city should police itself. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Good evening. I have a question about this agenda item. I thought you guys already had a code of ethics that you had to sign before you got seated. So I'm not sure why we need another one? Am I confused? I could be, it's late. Um, I think the important part is that whatever you decide to adopt, that it is applicable and measurable, so that you don't all decide, well, no, actually, it was a 3-2 vote, that you don't all decide to punish yourselves again. That was weird. That was so weird. Um, because when I heard it, I was like, wait, did they just make a motion? Because I think it was Pat Nisha who made the motion to punish everybody, including herself. And the mayor agreed. And I was like, that can't be right. That makes no sense. So whatever it is that you adopt tonight, please make sure that you're not being bad parents and punishing everybody for the crime of one, and that whatever it is that you adopt is clear, measurable, and applicable across the board to all commissions. I agree on that. We have some problems, as we know, that have come up. And policing yourself is not how it works. I know we're all adults, but as we have seen, policing, the commissions policing themselves doesn't work well. So I guess those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, move into council discussion. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, when I brought this forward, it was because a council person had shared closed door session information. That's why we brought it forward. Use of phone while during in closed session, sharing closed session information. We were having meetings on Zoom and this person was talking to someone, getting like kind of their marching orders, and you could see it on the video. So that was my problem. Also, before I was elected, sitting in that chair, I saw an elected person's spouse text the person what to say, and the person actually switched two words. So they got the text, they're reading what they're supposed to say, and actually, instead of shelf life, said life shelf. So that part was the main reason, is what do we do around our closed door sessions? I mean, no one here has done it, but like if we could put that in writing so everyone knows, like a closed door session, that we shouldn't be taking marching orders while on the dais from anyone, right? Like as much as we have friends out there or family members, that is not like, that feels uncomfortable to me. Also, there's always a concern from the residents around Brown Act violations, and they come to us expecting us to want to address the Brown Act violations. That's a district attorney office thing. So then I think, okay, well, do we need a discussion? Do we want some kind of level of accountability here in the city on Brown Act violations? So that's why I brought it forward, just to clarify what a closed door session is, and do we want repercussions when I mean, we had repercussions, right? But making it clear, because I don't even know if he understood what was happening, but like, let's make it clear so every council understands the sanctity of a closed door session going forward.
I think I saw in one of, I don't know where it was at, where it specified what closed door was. Is that in our municipal code? But I do agree that specifics about closed door are not here and they should be. I'm going to go back to one little item that I think, to stick to what the agenda item was, and now it's discussion. I do think that the two should be separated out, the ethics and conduct policy. And if I'm quite understanding the history, they were two separate documents and they become confusing. One is that ethics policies are aspirational. It's what we achieve to. And specifically, when I looked at this, when I first got here and we go through trainings, a lot of people were saying in public comments early on, like, oh, the two council members, they don't know anything about it. We specifically sit down and go through very detailed trainings over this and have to go through and understand it. But when I was looking at it as with new, fresh eyes, one of the things was like, specifically, there were things in there like, how do you measure that? It's vague and ambiguous. And so I really appreciate, one, that we were able to get some hookup for free to get the letter, because the letter was great. And I think she gave great suggestions. I don't think that we need to change the list because I appreciate, Mr. Mayor, all the time you all took back in 2013 to go through this and put everything in there. And I think these are great things to aspire to. But the confusion comes when someone says, or the public comes and says, well, council member such and such wasn't courteous. Courteous may be, it may look different. It's very subjective, right? And so courteous and civility may look different to me than it looks to Councilmember Mendoza, to the mayor, to the vice mayor, and to Councilmember Orlemans. And so it is something that is aspirational based on the specific person's perception of what courtesy, patience, civility may be. And so then what comes is you weren't courteous based on my definition of courteous or civility. And now we need to admonish you or to, we need to give you sanctions. And that is not that section on sanctions and admonitions is specific to what's above it, which is enforcement under subsection 4. And so it just becomes a bleeding of the two. And I think it may actually, the ethics policy may be taken more into consideration if it's this beautiful thing that we separate out. I think it should be separate. Yes, we do have an ethics policy. We do not have an ethic policy for our commission. So I want to say that because I think there's some confusion. There is not an ethics policy for our commissions. I think people, and I appreciate one of our commissioners being here saying, I just thought we were. So I was trying to follow it, right? But I think we need to make sure that everybody knows that everybody should follow the ethics policy. So I'm suggesting we implement one. There's some other things that are aspirational and some things that I also think should be, and so I agree. I think we should absolutely, in our section under conduct, specifically when we go to our sections on describing misconducts, like the conduct in public, 3.8, the conduct with the media, maybe we need a 3.9, conduct in closed session. And it should specifically spell out, am I going too far? All right.
No, you're not going too far, but those start to impact the issue of whether or not the council can enforce the Brown Act, because you're starting to go into Brown Act territory there that would normally be enforced by other bodies than yourselves.
So I'm not talking about enforcement, I'm talking about what is violative. So even if it says you can't share things in private, just specifics about what people can and cannot do in closed session, not about enforcement, because we cannot enforce. We're not an enforcement agency. And that's not what I'm implying at all. We absolutely cannot enforce Brown Act violations. But I do think that we can put in here what conduct is a violation in a closed session. That should be spelled out. I think there may be someone who runs to be elected and just doesn't know. They don't know that they can't do it. So I think that would be great. I also think that there should be training every single year on council for this stuff. It is a lot, and I think it's not a bad idea to have the training annually, but I agree we should add it in there to just say, what is the conduct for a closed session? Like, do we return papers? Do we get to take papers home with us in closed session? Can we talk to someone outside? I know as an attorney, I don't talk to my spouse about certain cases if they're sealed off. So I know I can't talk about closed session with my spouse as much as I may want to. I can't do it. But I think those are items that we can just basically be informative in our procedure and policies. The other thing that I wanted to talk about too in discussion is specifically on staffing. There was something in line item number in the ethics policy under, respect, and it's not aspirational. And I think it should be moved to something that actually has to happen, and people can disagree with me. One of it says, if I have a concern about the performance of a city employee, I will not express it in public to the employee directly or to the employee managers. How is that aspirational? That's actually something that we're saying I will not do. So I don't know if this should be moved from our ethics to our actual conduct policy as something that we won't do as conduct for both commissions and the council members. So that would be my add to move that. And then what else? I'm sorry, I had a bunch of notes on this one. If you give me a second. So I'll come back if I need to. I don't want to take everybody's time.
Hold on, I just lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. The dealing with the public on the Brown Act. The Brown Act does say in the bill, it says that we could have a quick response. And I don't remember the exact words, but it does say we can have a quick response. So I think we need to find that too, right? If someone's saying something and I want to respond quickly, it doesn't say it's just the mayor. It says the council. So how do we define that so that if there's a quick response, what is acceptable and what is not? I think, what was it the other day, someone came up and said something and I'm like, we're going to talk about that real quick. I said, can you let them know we're going to talk about that? So how do we do that and not cross the line? Because even the bill is a little ambiguous on what that is. The other thing is, I don't want to squash anyone's freedom of speech outside this chamber. I do not care what you say outside this chamber. And I know someone walked up and they wanted me sanctioned for something I said outside this chamber. You can sanction me all day. I'm not going to stop saying what I need, like what as a resident, what concerned me outside this chamber, because I'm not going to be in this chair forever. So if I don't express something that I'm unhappy with, I'm going to deal with the consequences of that as a resident in the future, right? So, so that's one thing. It's not, to me, it's nothing about what happens outside here. I don't care. It was more just about how do we just make sure that if we can't do anything about the Brown Act, then let's find a way to communicate that to the public in a clear way. And what can we do about closed session and about getting marching orders while we're sitting up here? Like there needs to be something, I think, like you don't take the phone and answer your husband and do his beck and call while he's sitting out there. Like that's ridiculous.
I agree. I think the phone is kind of it's a hot topic actually, but like I don't keep my phone out here. My husband's right there. If there's an emergency, he's going to know. But for those whose family members are not in the audience, if you will, I think if there was an emergency, Margaret, Amanda, could somebody reach out to you if there was a major emergency and one of us needed to know? Because I don't feel like phones should have a place here, and definitely don't feel like phones have a place in closed session. I don't feel like we should be texting or looking at things there at all. But I don't know if any of that's written anywhere.
Currently, the council does not have a policy on the use of electronic devices at your meetings. And, these days, it's not just phones. You have a laptop there. Some of you might have smartwatches on. I don't know what sort of emails you can get on your system there, but if you can access emails, it can be a variety of communications. Staff has never, again, these are your rules. So it's not staff's role to tell you what you should have up there or not have up there. But I think the thought in the past has been, if there is an emergency, by saying you can't have electronic devices up there, if something happens to a member of your family and they can't get a hold of Margaret, they're going to contact you. More like that, you want to know that. And so it was always difficult to say, have nothing up there. But again, that's up to the council to decide, probably not reaching these conclusions tonight, but that's certainly something that could be explored as part of the conduct portion of the policy. What your conduct will be with regard to electronic devices at meetings, at the dais, in the closed session room, things of that sort.
It's hard because I don't object to, I've seen multiple times, we've all looked on a different website to cite something we couldn't remember the wording of, or, go to your laptop so that you can more easily go from the Zoom meeting to the agenda, whatever that is. I think those things are fine. I object to active texting or reading text messages while you're at the dais, certainly in closed session. But I also know it's distracting. Like if your phone is here and it keeps going off, whether you're looking at it and engaging in it or not, it's distracting.
And that makes complete sense, Vice Mayor Meyer, but you also have to think of the folks in the audience. They don't know what you're doing up there. They don't know what you're looking if you're looking at your watch. They don't know what you're doing if you're looking at your laptop. It could be completely innocent, and it is, but the public doesn't know that. So whether it's a phone or whatever electronic device, these are the conversations I think the council needs to have on what you're comfortable with. Again, probably not tonight to make those conclusions, because it sounds like you might be looking more into looking at revisions to these policies. That would certainly be an area that you'd want to have focused on, and perhaps those are some options that staff or a consultant can come back with and say, these are the best practices that other cities do. Here's some sample language other cities do. And maybe it is.
I'm even thinking just communication specific, you know?
And it could be communication specific, but again, that's more of the conduct portion of it. It's not probably one of your ethics aspirational areas to look
Right.
at.
But I also support separating the two, by the way.
I don't agree with the policing people's devices. One of the reasons is I have someone who medically yesterday was being rushed to the hospital, and I want to be able to have access. I don't want to wait for someone else to tell me if my husband is sick and needs to go to ER or my son is fallen. I want to be able to have access to it like anybody else in the crowd would be able to. It doesn't take away my full attention. I'm fully invested. I have a phone when I sit at court on the bench, or I sit at the nobody polices that. I do think, though, we should have some parameters around phone usage in our conduct policy. I do think we need some specific details on closed session. When we're in closed session, I absolutely turn it over, because I don't want anybody to think I'm recording anything or doing anything in closed session. I absolutely do that. So I kind of wouldn't prefer that. I prefer to have it in writing and make sure that if we see something, we say something. If you see someone doing something inappropriate, like you've seen something, say something. But I think it needs to be spelled out so people know specifically what's okay and what's not okay. But I do have to say, I do really like Rod's idea of getting, and thank you, because you re-jogged my memory of what he said. I wrote it down. Like the idea of asking questions and getting clarifying questions. Other cities do that. I know Antioch, they literally have the opportunity to respond right then and there. And there have been times where I've wanted to ask more questions from people. Even tonight, I wanted to say, wait, what did you say? Because I didn't understand what a public speaker said. And it just goes back, and I have to go back then the day after and watch what they said. And now, during a lengthy discussion, I can't respond because we've already decided. So I'd like to be able to say, excuse me, I can't understand you. Besides, can you speak into the mic? And also, I don't want to have to say, Mr. Mayor, could you ask him? Because then it stops the person's time, which today, specifically when Carolina Villaseca was asking a question, I wanted to say, can we stop her time so she can get clarifying question, but I didn't want to speak out of turn. So, or can we give her back her time because she just wants clarity? So I would like to be able to, and I do know, looking at it, we can ask questions. There are some rules about what we can and cannot say to the public, but I would like to have an engaging situation where I'm getting, because the whole purpose when they're coming is to help us, to educate us, or to tell us their perspectives so that we have everything we need to be able to make decisions. So I would love it if we can talk about adding that in there, or having an understanding that we can engage and ask people at public comment specific questions. I like that idea.
So the Brown Act says no action or discussion shall be undertaken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, except that members of a legislative body or its staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by persons exercising their public testimony rights. So I think that that's just, we need to figure out what we feel comfortable as a body and decide, like, what does that look like to us, right?
It's not saying meet me outside.
Yeah, it's not saying me, if I want to meet you outside, I'll just tell you that later. But it's just, there are times I want to.
I took you down that road, sorry.
I know, it's okay. But it's just, I think it would come in handy, because there's times I'm like, oh, I really want to tell them that we're going to do that. We're going to do it. Like, or we're working on it, or it's, you know, it's on our list of items that we're going to review, and, or, you know, or you know what, you're right. We haven't heard back on that item in like 5 weeks, like, you know, so I will add that to the end of, you know, my future agenda items, or whatever it is. So, I don't know. So that's where I was going with my thing. I want to feel like it's a safe place when we're in closed session, and that no one's taking marching orders, and that we can briefly respond when appropriate.
So I completely agree. I need some clarification. For example, if there is someone that has a physical disability, we want to make anyone that desires to represent this community and can be and is elected capable of operating in however measure they need to abide by these regulations. But for example, if there is someone who is elected that needs a translator or anything like that, I want to make sure that we're broad enough and yet specific enough, if that makes any sense.
I totally agree with you on that. I think it should be someone that's selected by staff, like we bring in, like if you need accommodations, just like you would at school, right? You have someone that's assigned to you, that's an employee, it's being paid. It's not someone out from the community that, they have no obligation to keep it confidential. So, I do think that, ADA accommodations or whatever the case may be, yeah, we have to do that for sure. And I think we all would be open to that.
And that starts to move a little bit beyond ethics and council conduct. That's more meeting procedures. And so just if we can maybe table that for another time.
I withdraw my comment. Yes, Tim.
Just to make a clarifying comment too, we did have an example tonight where we had a resident complain about the water quality, and Mayor, you said if we can give a brief response. Those are things that we can probably take advantage of a little bit more. Also, and I haven't seen it done at this city, but my prior cities, I would often direct the director to immediately go talk with that resident during the rest of the public comment so they could catch the person before they head out the door, exchange information or give them a quick update. And I think that's something, if you don't have any opposition to, I can start doing that as well. And we can make sure the residents get answers a little quicker as well.
Yeah, I think that's an outstanding, and I have to stick to this regarding your comment. I agree, and I'm being really careful. I learned some information from our director that I would love for our community to know, but anyway, I'll stick with this. Yes. So is there any further discussion and input on this? And if not, do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. I don't know if this is consistent with what we discussed, but I'd like to make a motion. As detailed in the staff report, I move to provide the following direction to staff on updates to the ethics and conduct policy. 1, that the ethics and conduct policy be separated one from the other one. That section 2 of the ethics and conduct policy be the section 2 be applied to our commissions as well for the ethics portion. That we add to our conduct policy, once the two are separated, specific language in subsection 3 about closed session. And what are the expectations of council member during closed session? I think we also add a cell phone policy about cell phone usage on the dais and in closed session. And I think also that we spend, that now we allow both the mayor already does it, but also council members to ask clarifying questions during public comment. Did I miss anything?
Clarifying questions or
responses,
like a quick response.
Yeah.
Like a quick, it says we can.
Oh, and the council has had that ability to do, but what will often happen, I've seen in other cities certainly, is that one council member asks the question, another one says something, and before you know it, there's a discussion of an item on the agenda. So council has that ability. The Brown Act is very clear that they're very short, brief responses. I think it would help probably to get the exact language from the Brown Act and to make sure that we craft it consistent with that you're not going beyond what that says. But make it clear that if that's, a new conduct aspect of this policy, that might be one where you're not going to be able to, might not be able to enforce that one amongst yourselves. that might be, that might not be able to be enforced through the enforcement mechanisms of your conduct policy because those are Brown Act requirements. And so just so the council's aware of that. And I guess the other question I had is, did you want to bring on a third-party consultant to assist with some of this process? Because I think that was part of it. I'm looking at staff.
I don't think we need to.
Based upon the current, what's been provided, I think we could do this in-house based upon the direction that's given this evening.
Councilman Ordinance?
The term that was used by the speaker was interact with speakers, and that could ask clarifying questions or something along the lines of being able to interact with the speaker is what we were looking for, I think.
And again, I think I'd like to be a little bit more precise with what the Brown Act says exactly. And I don't know if it uses that terminology that I think came from the city of Carlsbad's ethics policy, which I think is a little bit different.
I could read the statement if you'd like, Mayor, from the Carlsbad. Just, it talks about, I invite and respect public input to inform my sense of what is in the community's best interest and incorporate it in the decision-making process to ensure meaningful public engagement. In practice, this means that. And then there's a variety of issues. And one says, I strive to make people feel heard by listening carefully, sharing what I think I have heard, asking clarified questions, and seeking to understand the interest underlying their positions. Am I correct? And that's what you were referring to? And I would mention that I think this is talking in general, not specifically at a council meeting, although I'm sure it refers to that, but it's also speaking as you meet with residents.
I get a little nervous when we say interacting, because everybody who sits up here may one day interact in a very negative way with a member of the public. That's why I specifically said clarifying questions, because I think at that point it's just to clarify what the speaker is saying and to make sure we understand what they're saying.
Can you just say clarifying questions or responses or
Yeah.
brief clarifying?
Yeah, yeah. I think that would be, for me, that's, yeah.
And during the process of this motion, I do have a question that I have extreme interest in regarding something that one of our speakers had mentioned earlier regarding council's ability to interrupt certain negative and hate speech in public comment, general public comment. I would like some solid legal clarification on that, if that is possible. I'm very interested in applying that to this as well. But I really, I know what a tenuous hold that the Constitution, First Amendment provides. Tenuous isn't the right word at almost, 12:30. But we've got to abide by the Constitution, and yet I want to provide as much protection to our community as possible as well. So if what was read from the Brown Act is something that we can apply judiciously, I'd like to know if and how much we can in what situations.
Is that part of, there's a motion on the floor right now, and I guess there's a lot of discussion that's going on as part of that motion. I haven't heard the motion completed. I don't know if that's part of the motion.
But would that fall under our ethics? Like, you're talking about the outside the jurisdiction of the body, that comment.
Correct.
Does that,
I think that could fall under the portion of the policy that deals with conduct with the public, potentially. I'd have, but it also is part of your meeting rules and procedures, so it's kind of one of those hybrid areas. So there may be a place to put it in here, but I'd want to look at it a little bit more carefully before I say, yes, this is where it needs to go.
I will leave that into your discretion and to the maker of the motion.
I can add to the motion that I also would request that staff time and attention to looking at where we can make amendments to our conduct I kind of. Meeting procedures, thank you.
Actually, not the meeting procedures, because that's a separate policy. It would be in your conduct as it relates to the public. If you want to look at it as it relates to meeting procedures, that'd be a future agenda item.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, and I'll second that.
And I guess I'll look over to the city manager and assistant city manager to make sure that they have the motion captured.
Yes, and I know the timing's probably not perfect, but there was one other section that I've heard historically that you may want to consider updating to, and that's in 3.6. Under the section that talks about inappropriate behavior by commission members should be noted to the mayor. We made an amendment last October because a different section of the policy related to a council member reflecting an issue with another council member to the mayor, and if they've already spoken to another council member, then we had to fix the policy to how to make that work. You may want to consider that too as it relates to the commissions and maybe adopt similar language. So if you wanted to include that in your motion, we could certainly look at some potential language to address that potential conflict.
Well, you would bring that up after I make my motion. I want to go back and discuss that. It does say inappropriate behavior by a commission member should be noted to the mayor. But I think to your point, you're saying if there are two council members who've already discussed it, then they can't go to the mayor then because it's a Brown Act violation. So can I please add a supplement to my motion because it is almost midnight? Can we please have staff time and attention to figuring out a way around this potential issue that we have for inappropriate behavior by a commission member and how we can get around a Brown Act violation? What language could we add or put in place that will make this something that allows for all of us to be able to make the suggestions to the mayor, or if there's another process?
It's certainly something we can look at. I don't think it's going to be as easy as it was with regard to a council violation, because you now have two council members potentially coming up to a commissioner saying you did something wrong, and it could be perceived as a violation of a different set of your policies where it looks like you're intimidating a commissioner. And that's not the intent, but it could be taken that way. So I don't want to go too much into that, but there's more to that issue than just mirror the policy you already have. So it will take some time, and that's what your motion said. I guess my only question is, would the seconder agree with that, to have staff look into whether or not there's a way to amend this section?
Yeah, because I'm trying to think about when it happened here, right? Like I had spoken, it ended up being 8 different instances that drove me to do what I did. But during that, like the first one, I didn't think about it.
Well,
The
let's
second
maybe
one-
not.
So how do so you're going to try to find a workaround that?
Well, currently the policy says that in an instance where there's been inappropriate behavior by a commissioner, that council member who observes it will go to the mayor, and the mayor will counsel that commissioner. If that council member has talked to one of their colleagues other than the mayor, then they can't go to the mayor. So how does that issue get resolved if there's still an issue out there?
And they can't go to a city employee.
And
And then they can't go to a city employee.
the city attorney,
because
the city employee can't then go to the mayor, because then you have a different type of Brown Act violation. So there may be a way to do that. I don't know if 12:30 at night is the time to come up with that solution.
Okay, well, let's see if we can find
All right.
an adjustment to that. I second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous and passes.
We can move all of mine till next week. I think we're all,
Okay, so does that include all of the items, future items
I think,
then?
yeah.
Okay, well, having said,
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I want to specifically, I know we combined them, but I just want to, for our records, I withdraw I2A because we just considered them under the prior item. So I'm withdrawing I2A, and I'm also moving all my other items.
And Mr. Mayor, before you do that, you do have, I'm hesitating to say this, you do have the opportunity for council members to add new future agenda items to the agenda.
All right.
There's a section on the,
yes, is there anyone that would like to add a new future agenda item tonight? Okay, seeing none.
and then you would move now, I believe, to public comments for items that are not on the agenda for people that are still on for Zoom.
Yes, at this time, we will open public comments on Zoom for those who are not in the audience. Margaret?
If you're participating via Zoom and you want to speak on an item that is not on the agenda, please raise your hand. I do have one hand raised. I'll call on Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Good morning, City Council. I'm still here. I did 3 loads of laundry, just so you know. I hate to be this way, but I'm going to. I would like someone to pull the equipment going into Veterans Park. Hopefully that hasn't been paid for, it hasn't been ordered, or if it can be canceled. I just want really a more thorough look at what is already there and then look at what is going to replace it. And the only reason I'm being really a stickler about this is because I take my kids all over Brentwood. And as Councilmember Mendoza said, the parks are basically the same. It's the same equipment everywhere with very little variety. And Veterans Park is one of the few parks that had that variety and had equipment for older kids. So you had the little ones that tend to run free, and they are inside the enclosed area with the ship and the spinny go around thing and all the other great equipment that's there. And then outside that were the kids that are not going to run out into the parking lot. And that equipment is all going away. So if it hasn't been already ordered and we can't get our money back, if we could please pull that and just take a look at it, I would really appreciate it. We can't complain as residents that we see kids driving their bikes down the middle of the road when there's nothing else for them to do but ride their bikes down the middle of the road. Thanks.
Through the mayor, I think that was part of the, wasn't that part of your, your resolution to look at the equipment on that park? So,
It was. And you don't have to say through the mayor anymore after what we just voted on.
I'm like,
So
sorry.
I can work with staff who may have more information and provide that to the council tomorrow. And then if you want to call it as a future agenda item, there's another way in the policy where you can send me an email. We can get that on a future agenda.
And
So
I have
thank
no
you at this
additional-
time.
No additional hands raised.
Thank you. We will close public comment on Zoom. And before I ask for a motion for adjournment, I would like to adjourn in honor of all of those who have lost their lives in this recent action in Israel. And give our prayers and thoughts, honor to their families that are here, that are still in great distress, wondering if they are alive or not. So having said that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
A first
Second.
and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.